Good afternoon. Hello. Welcome to Coventry, England for the Easter Matchplay 2026. We are running a few minutes late. Thank you for bearing with us. Thank you for your patience. My name is Joseph Bennett. I'm going to be your anchor for this tournament. I'm also going to be doing the commentary. I'm going to be joined by a selection of excellent expert co-commentators as well. I believe I'm flying solo for this first round, and I think we are ready to go. So I will transition us now over to table one, and we have a superb matchup for you. We have Joel Davey against a familiar face, David Webb. So I've just let our producer in the stream room know that we're ready for the players to start when they are. And it is Joel to go first. He's got quite an unpleasant rack. Luckily, he's got a couple of scoring options to sort himself out of this, and it doesn't look like he's going to be taking very long at all. He puts down wolf with the correct placement of the consonant so as to not give too much scoring back. And he hits that. For 30 points. And we move over to David, who will be delighted to see the first blank on his very first rack of the tournament. But does he have a bingo? He's got a couple of nice options here, so he's just going to be permutating through those. And meanwhile, just looking back over to Joel, drawing into the uninspiring leave of UV, he draws 5 vowels. So I'm going to preempt an exchange there from Joel, and it is going to be extra hard hitting when he sees that David most likely is going to be bingoing on this turn. But it's early days, nothing to worry about there. Well, nothing too much. So I think David is probably going to take a minute on this turn. And hello to those of you who've kindly joined us in the chat to begin with. Hello to Rebecca in Turkey. Hello, Paul. And a few others whose usernames I don't know, but lovely to have you. Thank you for joining us on our stream. I'll be completely transparent with you. I did intend to do a bit more of a preamble to introduce the stream, but as is often the way with these things, there were some last-minute gremlins in the wires that we had to fix, hence why we've basically just jumped straight in, but that's all right. We're here to just watch these top players do what they do over the 15, aren't we? So David is indeed bingoing, and he's coming down with diarchy with a blank H. I believe our producer Ruth in the stream room will confirm that for me, but I do assume that's an H. So the play is being held. And if we have any, well, in fact, I know that we have some non-Scrabble players joining us. A couple of people have reached out to me and said, where can I watch it? So thank you very much for that. So when the play is being held, that means that the opponent is considering whether to challenge, in other words, to check whether it is a valid Scrabble word. But it does look like Joel has correctly accepted this play. So we're going to go ahead and put diarchy on the board there. For 76 points. And that is a straight exchange 7 from Joel, as predicted. And we move back to David, who has quite an enticing post-bingo draw. So he's drawn into 2 of the power tiles in the J and the Z. There's no major spots for those right now, so maybe he'll consider holding on to one of those. He'll be looking to get rid of the J, I would assume. The Z, one of the most powerful tiles in Scrabble. So David taking a while here. His top move, in fact, I stand corrected on what I just said. He does have a way to hit one of his power tiles for a hefty score. He has CAZ, Kaz, down onto the middle triple word, using that ever so slightly hidden blank H. That's for 50, holding onto the J. Looks like instead he's considering C's, which is also a very handy choice, for 35, holding JU, and it looks like that's what he's going to commit, and he has. And we move back over to Joel, who exchanged 7 vowels, and he is not going to be pleased to see a replenishment of 6 vowels and just the lonely N as his sole consonant. Really nasty to see. It's still early days, but he does find himself down a bingo at this point, 81, the deficit. I would be quite surprised to see Joel play anything here, but I do think it's worth pointing out there is a psychological element to exchanging twice in a row. It's quite easy to start doubting yourself and think, is it really the correct thing to do to take 2 straight turns of 0? And there's no getting away from the fact as well that that is going to be compounded by being on stream and for the first game of the tournament. And again, kudos to our 2 players here for accepting the challenge and meeting that. Someone had to do it, and we're very thankful to them for jumping on. So what is Joel thinking about here? There's just really no enticing options if he is to play anything. The highest score he has available is 18 for Eocene through the Sea of Diarchy, holding II. He's lining up Eerie, it looks like, through the R in Diarchy for 10, holding INO. It's not horrendous. But it looks like his best option could just be to exchange again and throw back EEIO, holding EIN. But as I said, it does take a certain amount of gumption to be able to pull the trigger on that. So this is nice. This is a nice option for Joel. He's found one of his few viable plays where it's not an exchange. He's found his top scoring play of Eocene for 18. And he's going to go rummaging in the bag for hopefully a much handier draw to get him out of this early rut in the game. Meanwhile, we move back to David, whose rack is very far from a bonus, but he's got lots of scoring potential to help him out here. David's top scoring move again is over 50 as it was on his previous turn. That would be jam. Above C's, which is what he's lining up, and I honestly don't think it's going to be too long before we see David pull the trigger on this. And he does indeed for 54, which puts Joel down a deficit of now over 100. However, he has drawn into the second blank, so he's going to be delighted to see that, because it probably did feel to Joel like the game was already slipping away from him. He has triplicated his eye. So let's have a look at what options Joel actually has available. Do you know what? There's nothing overly inspiring, to be totally honest. And I think Joel's going to spend a while staring at this and going to come to that conclusion, but it might take him some time, because it really does look like there should be some way of scoring decently. He does have 28 points available. That's his high scoring move. Give the chat a moment to see if they can find that. However, that is holding on to triplicate eye, which, even if he spots this move, would be really quite uninspiring. That move is Razoo through Azo, but it looks like Joel's best move is simply to drop Miri, M-I-R-I, under the latter E in Eocene, opening a nice volatile triple lane. So let's see what he pulls out the bag here. I see Josh Sokol in the chat. Hi, Josh. Thank you for joining us. Josh, who kindly volunteered his time and co-commentated for us on our last stream back in January, which was the UK Open. If you haven't seen that yet, do make sure to go to the ABSP Scrabble YouTube channel and check that out. All of the streams are there, and they've been segmented into individual games as well, if you just want to view certain matchups. So Joel has gone ahead and played Emino, which was one of his other top choices, for 14. So no doubt a slow and uninspiring start for Joel. However, a pretty crazy draw. He's drawn into a quiver, making the blank a U. And that is going to play if David does not block the first E in Eocene. So if we look over to David, what are his top choices at the moment? Do any of them block that E? Do you know what? It looks like they probably do, actually. I think we're likely to see a quiver blocked from coming down, which would be quite a devastating blow for Joel. Yeah, David's racks at the moment are looking like essentially middle scoring and just turnover. Now I retract what I said. A quiver is still going to play, making re, so that's a relief for Joel. So down comes Putty for 21. Nice play from David, turning over as many tiles as possible if he didn't have better scoring available and going digging for that elusive second blank. Meanwhile, Joel sitting on a fabulous rack, just the one bingo available. As previously stated, he's already got it lined up. And I don't think it's going to take long to slap this down for a whopping 89 points. Nicely done. And that puts Joel firmly back in the game. And we wait to see what David has drawn to replenish the 6 tiles of putty. Some of you may not be aware as well that we've just completed a 10-round warm-up tournament ahead of this main event. So some of the players have already got 10 games under their belt going into the main event, and that was won by our resident wunderkind, Sam Crispin. Who else? So congratulations to Sam for that win. And Sam's mum is actually our producer on the ground. That is Ruth, who is sitting about 2 feet away from the players that you can see there just behind the camera. So we finally have David's replenishment rack. And again, far from a bingo, but some lovely firepower on offer for him. And he's going to re-establish a hefty lead of about 60 points here, 60, 70 points. So for the second time this game, it looks like the top move is again going to be utilizing Azo, just plonking a tile down either side of that. This time, not the R though, the K, making Kazoo for 36, holding on to the S, holding on to the F for score. And just looking over to Joel, his post-bingo draw. Again, similar story to David, really. Very far from a bingo, but a lot of scoring potential on offer. He's drawn into the X. And he's got some other middling tiles there as well. So what's David going to be thinking about here? If he doesn't see Kazoo, or he doesn't like it, his eye's going to be drawn to that lovely F spot that's been created by his play of putty. So simply dropping OF for 28, and at that time is going to be leaving the K for score. He might wish to extend that with a letter either end, so making OOFs, OOFS, for 36, just clogging up the bottommost row of the board a bit more, turning over a few more tiles. Or alternatively, just OOF and holding on to the S. So of those 4 players I've listed, I think we're going to see one of those come down. Both these players, certainly of the caliber, they will have clocked that Azo spot. They will know the front and back extensions to that. Razoo, Kazoo, Wazoo as well with a W. So it's just really about whether they actually see it in the moment, recall that spot, and actually like it. So David is lining up OOF, it looks like, briefly, and now he's re-alphabetized his rack. So again, for those newcomers among us in our audience, David Webb is something of a legend on the international Scrabble scene. He's got a fabulous YouTube channel called Dweeber Vision, which has been going for, I would say, certainly over a decade by this point. And he runs very instructive videos where he plays the computer and commentates and analyzes his thought process. So certainly when I was starting out, that was quite a key tool that I used in learning the strategy of the game to accompany my word study. So I certainly recommend David's channel. And he's got a lovely presenting style as well, and he's a very charismatic guy as well. So David has actually gone for an option that I didn't mention, which is KO for 27. And I like this actually, to be fair, holding the F for that IF spot under putty. That's unlikely to be going anywhere anytime soon. So I guess he's just taking out another hot spot from Joel. David moves 60 ahead. And we move back to Joel, who's got some middling options, but nothing outrageous. A lot of his top moves actually retain that X. Looks like one of his best moves is going to be utilizing that B hook on jam, making jam, and that is holding the X, so that would be something like grub or gub, potentially holding the R. He does have quite a snazzy play utilizing the X of urbex through the E involved. It looks like he might be lining up glib, which I imagine he is going to be wanting to put on the end of jam, but we will see. And Joel has gone with glib for 24. And we move that back to David, whose rack has deteriorated somewhat. Just the one vowel now. He's duplicated his N. But he does still have some scoring potential available to him. Looks like his best move will be utilizing that F, but not actually in the IF spot under putty. It looks like it might be adding another hook to jamb of jambo. So it looks like he might play phone, F-O-N-E, down onto the E of wolved. Again, not the easiest spot in the world, especially as that hook has only just become relevant. Looks like he's lining up FND somewhere, possibly fend through the last E of Eocene. And just looking back over to Joel for a moment. He's drawn into the W, he's duplicated his A, he's still hanging on to that U. So right now, both players slogging slightly through some uninspiring racks. Both blanks, of course, have been used up. And the board becoming slightly closed off. And David has gone for fend through the E of Eocene for 15. And we move back to Joel. So for Joel this round, it looks like his top move probably retains the X. That would be wag under putty. Possibly slightly counterintuitive, hanging the W over that triple word. But then if we look at the remaining pool, there are only 8 letters left that can actually sit under that 4 E's, 4 O's. So it's probably not as dangerous as it might first appear. And of course, Joel would be then retaining the X to underhook his play with packs if he can just draw into any of those E's or O's for X or Ox. And really nice play from Joel. He has gone ahead and played wag. So he's obviously looked at the pool and discerned that the risk is not as great as it might first appear. Now David does have one of those hooks in the O, but not a huge amount of score to go along with it. And anyway, that's pretty much a moot point because David has two bingos available here on his rack, Santons and Sonance, and he's gone with the former, hooking IS for 68. Joel crinkling his nose. He's not overly happy with that play, and he is in fact going to challenge it. So what we'll see the players do now is get out one of their phones and use artificial word checker, as you can see Joel is doing on the camera. He types it in, and the protocol is that his opponent, in this case David, hits the check button and it's come back good. And that means we are playing 5-point penalty. So David picks up 5 more points for that and now goes 101 points into the lead with Santons. And Joel's rack, unfortunately, continuing to deteriorate. He has picked up another U to join the one he already had. And I think Joel is going to quickly realise that his top move by far here is dumping XU on that newly opened O in Santons for 36, holding a surfeit of vowels, but it does create a new sevens lane, which Joel really is going to need at this point if he has any chance at all of getting back into the game. And Joel has gone ahead and just dumped the X there, creating a new sevens lane with OP XU. And David very rapidly dumping that powerful Y onto the hook of Fend for Yuft for a pretty devastating 58 points, which puts him over 120 points ahead of Joel, who was drawing into a vowel heavy rack and unfortunately hasn't got quite the draw he needed to launch a comeback. And Joel's winning percentage at this point is under 1%. But people have come back from worse odds, so never count out players of this caliber. These are some of not only Britain's, but some of the world's finest players on display for you on this stream, which we're very happy to have. And that is a really nice play from Joel. Despite the doldrums that he's going through, he's hit Urea through the Evolved for 22. The only improvement he might have considered was Uraei, Uraei, down the left of Santons, creating something of a Hail Mary triple lane through that U. But Urea also a lovely find, hooking the U to make Jambu. And we move back to David, who's got a nice balanced rack and some lovely scoring potential available here for David. His top move and his highest scoring move is 65 See if you can work that out in the chat. 65 points on offer for David. Just say hello to those of you who have just joined us. We've hit about 60 concurrent viewers, so thank you very much for joining us at ABSP Scrabble. To remind you, we are in Coventry, England for the 3-day Easter Matchplay 2026. This is round 1. Let us know in the chat where you are tuning in from today. Most of your usernames I am not familiar with, so it'd be lovely to see where our viewers are hailing from in the world. David considering ETH right now. ETH. That'll be for 45, holding plod. Very nice scoring move. That's actually 20 fewer than his top move, and he has lined that up. That's fantastic vision from David. Fantastic vision, fantastic word knowledge, and that's absolutely going to tie up this round 1 for David Webb as he throws down ephod for 65 for a cool winning chance of 99.99% as he moves to 424 points. 170 up from the bereft Joel Davey, a good friend of mine, who it's fair to say has drawn very unfavourably in this game. No reflection whatsoever on his quality as a player. Joel is easily one of England's finest, and he's only been playing a relatively short amount of time as well. The guy is just a complete sponge. Absolutely outstanding word knowledge from Mr. Joel Davey. And again, if you're new to Scrabble, it's worth pointing out that at this elite level of play, when the game is gone and lost, the losing player will still be looking to optimize the rest of the game, because in the standings, the tie break after number of wins is what we call spread. So if you're a football fan or soccer, for our North American viewers, that is akin to goal difference. So in other words, the differential between the points you've scored and the points that you have conceded over the course of the tournament. And of course, our players are also vying for prize money. So it really is worth giving it your all. And it's also just good practice. And there you go. That's an excellent example of it, because Joel has thrown down an absolutely fantastic play of girlish through 2 discontiguous tiles for 24. And that's exactly what I mean about the sheer quality of these players. Joel knows that this game's gone, but he's still found an absolutely fantastic move there. So nicely done. And we move back to David, who's got something of a clunky rack now to work through. One option he is likely to consider is utilizing the O hook on ox, making oxo, so he might look at dort or potentially lord. And then he'll just be thinking about what hooks, if any, Joel could have onto the newly created NUR. From David's POV, there are two S's unseen, and we do in fact see that Joel has both of those. And Joel has in fact got a 7 on his rack of Society. Does that play? I don't think that would play even after David created any of those words with OXO. So if just looking ahead to what Joel might consider, this might be the moment if it doesn't play, and it looks like it's not going to. He may again consider creating a Hail Mary triple lane, playing down into one of the letters of girlish and throwing a tile wide out in the open for someone to hit. In the meantime, David has left that OXO hook well alone. Probably didn't fancy the volatility it created, no need. And instead he's just gone for Trode for 24. A nice play from David Webb there. Now I stand corrected, of course. Now that David has not used that hook, of course, Joel's bingo does play in one place. And that is for 74. Which is some decent consolation for Joel. That really is good damage limitation. That's going to reduce the deficit pretty significantly for him as he goes into game 2. So Society for 74 for Joel Davey, which puts him only 90 down now. And David Webb sitting on a rack of La. And he's got multiple spots to go out. Oh, sorry, I got ahead of myself there. He hadn't replenished his entire rack. Sorry about that. No, he has a rack of Bangla. So David's got a pretty fancy top move here, if you can find it, of Burgool onto the L of Glib, hitting that B on the double letter score. I must say I was not familiar with that. That is a British fish. A Burgool. Well, I've learned something there. This will, of course, be David's final move of the game, as Joel has just 2 tiles left on his rack and he will be going out next turn. Hi to Douglas from Glasgow. Hello, Mark Meakin. I know you from Canterbury. Rebecca in Istanbul. Lovely. Thank you for joining us, folks. And David has played with a really lovely find of Blazon through Azo, so it was used in the end. A lovely find from David Webb there. And Joel Davey going out with his high scoring outplay for 16. And in the British game, Unlike North Americans who double the value of the rack that has been left, in Britain we add and subtract. So that should give a final score of Joel Davey 377, David Webb 477. So 100-point win. Someone in the chat's pointed out it is in fact a huge, huge win for David Webb. So commiserations to Joel. As I said, it's early days and it could have been a lot worse. Saucity was a nice consolation for him, and he did well as well to put himself forward. For game one on the stream, never an easy task. The psychological pressure, pretty intense. They're in a function room off the main playing room. The door's closed. It's very quiet in there. And you can see we've even done a nice little job with the lighting as well. It's like the players are on stage. So that's about it for round one. We're going to have a look over the pairings for round two. We're going to go to a brief intermission. And we should be back in about 10-15 minutes, folks. Don't go anywhere. And if you haven't subscribed yet and you're new to our channel, please do consider hitting the notification bell, which means that you will be notified whenever we upload a new video here at ABSP Scrabble, whenever we go live. Our channel is really growing fast at the moment, and that's thanks to many of you who have already kindly subscribed. So we do appreciate your support, and we appreciate those of you who are joining us right now. Yes, Craig in the chat, just concurring that Joel did well to limit the damage on that one. Yes, very much agree. So yeah, the players square up the board, and we will be back in about 10 minutes, folks. Don't go anywhere. Welcome back, everyone, for round two of Easter Matchplay 2026. If you've just joined us, welcome. We are in Coventry, England, for this 25-round major, one of the 4 or potentially 5 now majors that we have in Britain over the course of the calendar year. I will be joined, hopefully at some point, by my co-commentator, Mike Chappell. We're just having a few tech issues in the back end, but for now, I think we'll get started. So let's move over to the playing room, and I'm going to let our producer on the ground, Ruth, know that we are ready. So we've got an excellent matchup for you here in game 2. We have Nick Della, an absolute stalwart of the game, versus a little known Northern Irish lad called Richard Kennedy. You can see he has an expert title, and another interesting thing about Rick is he is in fact the brainchild behind this entire stream. He has done a phenomenal job in getting this all together. Those of you who've been following our stream and our YouTube channel for a while know that he is the brains behind the whole thing. I am merely the voice, so I'm very grateful to Rick for the opportunity. He's done a fantastic job with this, and we are going to get started. Let's see what Nick has drawn out of the bag for his first rack. Do you know what? I've seen better racks. But he does have a way of getting out of this with a Agouti for 14, which is coming down pretty sharpish. Just turning over as many tiles as possible and going digging back in the bag. Sorry, that is for 18 points, not for 14. I put that in the wrong place. And we move to Rick, who has got a pretty nice opening rack. He's got the Z, he's got the S, and he has a grand total of 2 bingos available, both for 69 points, both through the eye of Agouti. Can you find those in the chat? Gamer Scar has found one of them. Mr. Hatsuka1 has found the other. They were Diazols and Sleazoid. Very little between these, and Rick wisely not taking too much time to permutate through the implications of all those placements. Just get it on the board and get rummaging back in the bag. So Sleazoid comes down for 69, and we move back to Nick Della, who has another pretty uninspiring rack of Adieu plus OE. However, he's got some pretty handy plays that are going to get him out of a tight spot here. Namely, the word I just said, Adieu. Holding on to EO for 30. That's going to come down to the right of Sleazoid. I'm pretty confident that Nick is going to end up playing that. It may just take him a little time to find it and then conclude that that is his best play. And just looking ahead slightly, back to Rick Kennedy, a scory rack in his post-bingo draw. Clunky as well, but he's got some firepower on there to get him out of a tight spot in the B, V, and W. So Nick not playing Adieu, playing what's probably his next best move. And again, there's very little in this of O, EAU, holding on to his solitary consonant for 20 points. And we move back to Rick. Now Rick's got a couple of nice options here. Looks like his standout play. It would be very impressive if this can go down. That is a 5-tile overlap directly beneath Agouti, going all the way over to the D of Bound, Bowned, for 36 points, holding LV. Be very impressive if Rick finds that, and literally as I say that, he lines it up. Brilliant. Very nicely done from Rick. That's Bound for 36, and it didn't even take him that long to find it. And we move back over to Nick Della, who's drawn into the X, and an all-round pretty amenable rack. Now, there is one absolutely standout play here for Nick. Doesn't find it, his options tail off pretty significantly, although he will still have a good leave. But in the meantime, there is a challenge here, actually. Nick is going to be giving +5 just to make sure of the validity of Rick's 6-letter word Bound. That's come back good. And we saw the players check that on their phone. So that's going to be an extra 5 points for Rick Kennedy, which moves him up to 110. So, as I was saying, Nick has one play here that is head and shoulders above the rest. It's certainly within his wheelhouse. It's just whether he can overcome the pressure of playing on stream and find it in the moment. It's relatively high probability. And it is a non-bingo, holding on to one letter. That is 62 points for this play. I wonder whether anyone in the chat can find that. If Nick doesn't find this move, he has other nice options available. That will probably involve dumping off the X somewhere and keeping a nice bingo-y leave. So the play I'm referring to is redoxes onto the S of Sleazoid. Now, one reason that you're likely to find this play is because whenever you've got a power tile, you're looking at those premium squares, double letter, triple letter, double word, triple word, and seeing whether you can hit them directly with your chunky tile. So Nick's eye is probably already going to be drawn to that triple letter word to the left of the S. And he's going to be thinking, can I hit my X on that? And then can I double the entire word? Seems like he's not spotted that, but it's not a big deal because he's still getting a lovely 35 points for Zach's, holding on to a relatively bingo-y leave, slightly vowel heavy. But he'll be in good stead on the next turn, I'm sure. And in the meantime, we move back to Rick, who has drawn into another W, having dumped his first one off on the previous turn, which garnered him that 5-point challenge from Nick. And Rick playing pretty rapidly here with a 4-tile overlap, lovely play of Welt for 36 points. It's worth mentioning that, like Nick, his best play actually probably was onto that S of 12s for 42 points, holding the N. It's entirely possible that he saw it and just didn't fancy it because it did place the E under that double letter score in the triple word line. So, yeah, entirely plausible that Rick didn't fancy that, but did see it. Either way, he goes a bingo ahead, and we move back to Nick Della, who's drawn an A into his leave. And he's now sitting on what a lot of players say are really the trickiest racks in Scrabble. There's no scoring points. There's basically no scoring potential available on the board for him. And he's now just going to have to compute, what do I get rid of? What's the leave? He's a bingo behind, so can he create volatility? Can he potentially create a new lane for himself? At the same time, he does ideally need to score some points if he doesn't want to end up falling behind early doors. So let's see what he can pull out the bag. Hello to Craig Beavers in the chat. Yeah, Craig making an interesting point in the chat. He's saying he thinks that Rick probably did miss 12s. Yeah, he makes a very valid observation that Welt basically did everything he wanted, and oftentimes it can be just worth conserving your time, conserving the brain power, and thinking that that's probably good enough, and not expending further energy and time finding something superior. So yeah, it's a valid point there from Craig Beavers. So staying with Nick for now. Really, really tricky situation, this. But kudos to him. It looks like he's found his optimal move of EA, making low and tuner for 17 points, keeping probably the best leave that he was going to have there. Setting up an S lane that he doesn't currently hold, but also hanging low over that double word for which he has the D hook. Unbeknownst to him, of course, Rick also has the D and indeed the S. But a nice volatile play there from Nick. He needs to make something happen on this board if he doesn't want to fall further behind. We move back to Rick Kennedy, who's got a pretty nice balanced rack here. He's got some scoring potential. And I think we're likely to see him utilize that hook that Nick has just created. And indeed we do. Rick taking no time at all to plonk down his top plate of Vaped for 40, hanging that V out in the triple lane. Not overly dangerous. One thing Rick probably can infer from Nick's play is that Nick's sitting on a pretty strong leave, having dumped off 2 tiles for under 20 points. But the V, not an overly dangerous floater to have in that triple lane. And 40 points is 40 points. So, nice play from Rick. Sorry. It's going to get a bit confusing. From a commentary perspective, having 2 monosyllabic names that rhyme, but we play the hand that we are dealt, my dear audience. So, Nick has lined up Iodizer. He's got 3 places to bingo here. Iodizers onto Sleazoid, or through Sleazoid, if he wants to fork the board, as we would say, create 2 lanes up at the top of the board as opposed to just the one. Alternatively, he's got Idolizer through the L of Sleazoid. I don't think he'll be a fan of that. It just doesn't score enough compared to the others. And Nick has foregone the bingo. Interestingly, very, very interesting play there from Nick Della. He has played video down from the V that Rick has just put in space. Very curious choice there from Nick because he did line up Iodizer on his rack. Video scores 30, so yeah, interesting move. I'm not sure what the rationale may have been there. It's possible that Nick, in the moment, just doubted the validity of Iodizer. I doubt that's the case. Nick being a very, very strong player. So there possibly was some kind of tactical reason. I guess his highest scoring placement of Iodizers put the I directly under the triple word. The Q is unseen, so that may have been a factor, but he probably went about 40 points there. Mr. Hatsuka 1 in the chat also questioning whether that was a miss. Very interesting because, as I say, Nick did line it up. So I might have to ask him that after the round. But the main thing is he's still well in this game, And if he's not going to bingo there, video is a strong play and keeps him well within reach of Rick Kennedy, who we return to. He's got a pretty nice balanced rack here. No bingos available. Rick's top move here is very, very stylish. Be even more impressed with this than with his play of Bound, which Nick challenged. Rick has a 3-letter front extension to a word already on the board for 28 points and a really nice leave. And that would be unploughed onto load. Very, very tricky spot. But Rick is going to be in a strong position even if he doesn't find that. In fact, it looks like a lot of his best plays here actually don't hold on to the S and they just go for turnover. So we see that Rick has lined up Stroop on his rack. He's got that for 29 points, so that's well worth considering. That would be hooking sleazoids, getting the value out of the Z once again. And a similar idea here from Rick. He's going for turnover, and unlike Stroop hooking sleazoids, with this placement, Rick is clogging up the board quite nicely. So he's gone with Sprouts. For 22. Holding onto the N. And we move back to Nick, who's sitting on an S of his own. Yeah, in the past few moves, Nick's winning chances have diminished somewhat. And unbeknown to him, probably a little more again, as we see that his opponent Rick has drawn into the first blank, although he has also triplicated his N. Nick's top play here was probably Saijo. Oh no, sorry, that was not available. He doesn't have the J. Sorry, I mistyped the rack there. It was Sif, which he has gone and played, which is a very nice move. And we move back to Rick Kennedy, who, as I said, has got this triplicated N, but he's got the flexibility to get out of this. He's got a nice way to dump off all three of those N's plus the Y through the through the O of Sprouts with Nonny for 16. Looks like that's his best play, but this is a very close second. He's gone ahead and played Penny down from the P and vaped for 20 points. And we move back to Nick Della. Again, pretty gross rack, I'm not going to lie. It's got the horrible VU combination. He's got duplicated R. He's got a G for good measure. His standout move here is what he has played, curve. Or it's anagram Cruve. But he's gone with curve for 20 points. And we move back to Rick Kennedy, who is surely going to be bingoing this turn. He sits on Berlin blank. And I probably was a bit hasty there, actually. No, there's no bingos available here for Rick Kennedy. So whatever he does here, it's going to be very much a holding play, scoring respectably and hanging on to a solid lead. I imagine he'll be looking to dump off that B somewhere for some kind of score. However, Rick's standout play here is very, very difficult to spot. This would be a two-tile bridge, as we call it. So basically, let's set this as a little puzzle in the chat. Rick needs to dump off 2 tiles for 28 points somewhere in the middle of the board, as we say, basically between tiles that are already on the board. I'll give you a clue. It's a similar theme as to the top move I mentioned earlier that was pretty hard to find. Rick going to take his time on this as well because it does look like there should possibly be something here. I mean, the fly in the ointment is the B, and it's actually not a very bingo-friendly board, to be fair. Sif is an adjective, so it doesn't take the S. It only takes the one hook of T for sift. And then his only other floaters really are the L in Sleazoid, the N, and then the Y, which is very unlikely. And hello to Bubba Garland in the chat. Well done to you, sir. He's found the top move for Rick, unblowed. So dumping NB between the Ewing curve and load. That would be pretty incredible. And it's understandable that Rick hasn't found that. Perfectly reasonable. And yeah, Rebecca in the chat pointing out that that's even less intuitive than unplowed. I imagine Rebecca means in terms of that even being a valid word. I mean, I'm certainly challenging unblowed if that comes down against me. So Rick just clogging the board up further with Oni for 22 points. And we move back to Nick, who's still only a bingo behind. And a pretty enticing rack. The K really is only unbingo-y tile. Unfortunately for Nick, there's not really any way that he can squeeze much score out of that unless he just blows open his rack. And that would only be for something in the mid-20s, really not worth it. It looks like his top move is simply dumping the K above the A in vaped, making car for 16. Nice observation there in the chat from Craig Beavers. Unblowed, yeah, Shakespearean adjective meaning to not have blossomed. Who knew? Not I. Very nice. Nick has gone ahead and dumped off that K for 16 points, and he has drawn an O. He's drawn into janitor. Is that going to go down? We shall see. In the meantime, Rick has lined up hideable with a blank E. Does not play. And frustratingly, second turn in a row with the blank, Rick is not going to be bingoing here. And like Nick in the previous turn, just dumping off the one tile, Rick has decided to simply dump off the H for 20 points in the bottom left of the board there. Keeping a very powerful rack, and he has duplicated his A. So we'll see whether he can bingo finally next turn. But in the meantime, Nick sitting on janitor. Frustratingly, though, does not play. And again, no available bingos here for Nick Della. So again, it's going to be another very frustrating turn. Wouldn't be surprised to see him use up a few minutes here. A pretty pivotal point in the game because both players fishing. Nick can probably infer from Rick's last few plays that he's played off ERN and then he's just dumped an H. Rick, obviously, with the lead, showing no inclination to open the board up. He's waiting for Nick to do so. If Nick does with a fish of his own, he knows Rick's probably going to hit that with a bingo and leave Nick in an even worse position. So Nick needs some kind of holding play to just score and keep things ticking over. Maybe go rummaging around for that blank. Both blanks unseen still, to be fair to Nick. So yeah, this is pretty much in the order of what I was talking about. He looks like he's going to be playing Geo up in the top left, just eking out some kind of score from this rack. Yeah, Nick's staring at this, and he's picked it up and now put it beneath Sprouts, weighing up the pros and cons of the two placements there. I will say from my side, I can say they are essentially neck and neck. While Nick thinks about this, it's just worth pointing out arguably a slightly stronger play is to hold that ing suffix and just play to under Sprouts for slightly fewer points. But Nick has gone with this placement beneath Sprouts in the end for 18. Let's see what he draws into. In the meantime, Rick has no bingos again. Frustrating for Rick. That being said, he is a bingo ahead, so it's not really a problem for him. He can just keep doing his thing and wait for his opponent, Nick Della, to open up on his behalf and then hit that for 70, 80 points. No problem. And I think it's safe to say Nick also won't be bingoing next turn. We see, just looking ahead, that he's drawn into the J. Although he has seen that if Rick floats an L out, he will have Jetliner, which you would absolutely love to see. Is it likely that Rick is going to be floating an L out in space? Just considering his options, I don't really see any situation in which Rick does that. So unfortunately, we aren't going to be seeing Jetliner on the stream today. But nice vision there from Nick. That's an interesting side note, actually, for the viewers who might not be familiar with streamed Scrabble, or this might be your first time, again, in which case, welcome. Unlike when we're just playing in the main tournament room, when players are on stream, sometimes they will line up the letters of the plays that they are considering just to convey to us their thought process. Whereas if you were just playing in private, as it were, without an audience watching, you probably wouldn't do that, although some players do. So yeah, unfortunately for Nick, no L put out in space there. Rick instead utilizing that nice front D hook on Dwelt. And he has played bad for 17 points. And we move back to Nick, who continues to find himself in a bit of a bind here. What are his options? Interesting. It's, yeah, really a binary choice here for Nick. He either needs to blow open his rack with Jeté, making Sift for 29 points, leaving an okay leave of INR, gets him some score, or alternatively just go completely the other direction and just dump off that J for 9 points. JO above Sprouts, JA next to bad. This is one of those situations where, at the risk of sounding a bit pretentious, you might say this is more of this comes down to one's philosophy of the game. What kind of player are you? Are you content to just hold out? Or do you want to make something happen? Do you want to score now? and take the gamble on the tile bag, or do you want to just wait it out and see what happens? Nick Della going with the former. He's playing jeté, which is in fact his top move. The big drawback, of course, is it does float that J enticingly right in front of that triple word. A lot of the time you probably expect your opponent to hit that. We do see that Rick has a viable play there of Jarl for 33. However, he has drawn into the queue. So it's going to be a while yet before Rick Kennedy actually bingos with this valuable blank that he drew about 4 or 5 turns ago now. Sorry, not Jarl. I was not looking at the placement of the J there. It's 5 letters. However, Rick does have Jagir or Jurga there. That would use up the I that he probably would want to keep to pair with his Q for Chi. But then he would also be holding a blank and getting 42 points. So similar to what I was saying in the last turn for Nick, pretty binary choice here. Rick can either get the points now, or alternatively, a completely different route would be to exchange. I must say I like Rick's choice here. Jurga, Jagir, probably not a huge amount between these. He's gone with the former anyway. That's 42 points for Jurga for Rick Kennedy, and we move back to Nick Della, whose rack has deteriorated somewhat in terms of bingo-iness. And unbeknownst to Nick, he's actually not going to be drawing into a blank at any point in this game, because we see that Rick has gone into the tile bag and drawn the second, so he's now sitting on both, plus the Q. And if that were me, I'm probably immediately thinking, can I just dump off MY somewhere on my next turn and then go for an absolutely massive bingo with the Q on my next turn? I mean, if there's any time to do it, it's when you've got 2 blanks. But for now, we stick with Nick. What can he do here to create some kind of chance for himself? We see that he's lined up him. Where is he thinking of playing that? Probably down from the E in jeté. Him does take an S, so he is setting up a reasonable line for himself. There's 1 S on scene to him and both blanks. Unfortunately, of course, they are actually all sitting on Rick's rack. But a very viable choice there for Nick Della. Something else he might consider, might feel unnecessarily volatile, would be Harem, down from that same spot, floating an M in the triple lane. Or there's a halfway point, perhaps, of Mihi, which it looks like he was briefly considering. But no, he's going with his original choice of him for 21. I like this play from Nick. As I say that, he picks it back up off the board. Interesting. So occasionally that will happen, where a player puts down a word, decides they don't really like the look of it on the board, and picks it back up. And in so doing, you do give away some information to your opponent. So however minor it is, Rick is now aware that Nick has an I. Not the most extreme example of that, probably not overly helpful, but it's just a good illustration of an element of Scrabble that is not often particularly relevant. But sometimes, yeah, we do give our opponents information that in retrospect we wish we hadn't, if we'd spent a bit longer looking at the board or tried to visualize it harder in our head. In the meantime, a nice play here, 29 points for Nick Della for him. Holding that duplicate I, unfortunately we do see he's drawn into duplicate O. Really nasty stuff for him. And we move back to Rick, and I have to say, very interested to see what he comes up with here. Pretty crazy rack for Rick Kennedy. I reckon it's fairly likely that he has never had this rack before in his entire Scrabble career. And interestingly, his winning chances, pretty much whatever he does here, are close to or above 99%. Of course, opposite the table, Nick Della is not aware of that from his POV. There's still an S hanging out to perhaps hook onto jetés. There's both blanks. From his point of view, probably it's all to play for if he can just work through one more rack of dross. But in the meantime, Rick has got a bundle of riches. So yeah, I'll be fascinated to see what he comes up with. There's so many directions that Rick could take this in. One option is to play Lim, Lym, off the E in jeté, setting up the S lane, holding the Q. As I said, absolutely not an issue, really, to be holding the Q when you've got both blanks. There were no U's on scene, so one of those blanks, if Rick were to bonus with the Q, would have to be used for a U. He's also lined up Kwame as a 6. I don't think doesn't really play other than through the A in Jurga, but using a blank for only 19. So I assume Rick isn't considering that. It's probably just that he's showing us, the audience, that he has lined up that word. So if Rick doesn't like the look of Lim, he might consider keeping things a bit tighter and using those same letters to play Yelm, again through the E in jeté, making FY. As Craig has said in the chat, yep, there's only one E left on scene. Really nice suggestion in the chat also from Puneet Sharma. Hello, sir. I believe you're over in the States. Thank you for joining us on the stream. Puneet says just play Slimy with the blank. That would be for 38, making jetés, and keep scoring. Also a very valid option. Hello to Peter Guzik. I hope I'm pronouncing your name correctly there, sir. Just echoing what I said about, yeah, maybe playing FY and Yelm. Interesting. So Rick going for a halfway play between Slimy, as suggested by Puni in the chat, and well, just keeping the score ticking over, but holding on to both blanks. So he's gone with Sly for 24. And we move back to Nick Della. Is there anything he can do here to create a fighting chance for himself? If not in actuality, because of course we know the strength of his opponent's rack, but at least in theory, what can he do? This looks probably pretty much as good as it can get. Dumping off IO to create a new sevens lane. Although very, very interestingly, it looks like his top move may have actually just been to exchange all 7, throw the entire rack back in the bag, and just go diving deep into the depths of the cloth for 1, if not 2, of those blanks. Might have been tough to pull the trigger on such a move when you can create a new sevens lane and get some semblance of score. But anyway, the move is IO for Nick Della for 16. And we move back to our friend Rick Kennedy once again. And another absolute trove of interesting plays here. Are we going to see him utilize one of those blanks this time? I think not. I think we're going to see him simply dump the Q over Jurga for 11. But then he does have score available if he's happy to use up one of those blanks. He's got cat Q blank A T, making lit for 34. Honestly, I don't think that's necessary. Rick is a bingo ahead. He's sitting on an absolute weapon of a rack. I think just hold out, get rid of the Q, and see what happens with both blanks. Even if you're sitting on pretty chunky tiles, as he is with the F and the M, who knows? You could very well be bingoing next turn. Rick is lining up Feek with a blank H. Where I'm just trying to see where he might be considering playing that. Yeah, I don't see where Rick is thinking about playing Feek. Again, it may simply be the case that he's just showing us the possibility of that play on his rack. Yeah, just going back to Rick's previous play, Craig Beavers in the chat, just saying again that Slimy hitting the Y on that double letter and doubling the word with jetés probably seems like a 100% win. May well be right. Oh, how interesting. Okay, so it wasn't it. Oh, right. I see, I see. It was not Feek, it was Feeks using both blanks. You can see both players laughing. Uh, I think at this point, Nick's probably thinking, yeah, I think my race has run in this game. His goose is cooked. His race is cooked. His goose is run. Both blanks are gone, and he's sitting on two pairs of duplicates, all one-pointers. It's probably the end of the road in this game for Nick Della. Let's just have a little look, though, at that play of Feeks by Rick Kennedy. What is the rationale here? So he's hitting the Q on the triple letter. I wonder whether it was necessary to do that. I mean, I still was quite a fan of simply the original suggestion of dumping the Q over the I in Jurga for 11. But he's 37 points better off now. He's expedited the end of the game with 5 tile turnover as opposed to just the 1. And meanwhile, you've got a feel for Nick Della here. Really uninspiring end to this game after he's fought really quite well here. But at this point, honestly, he's probably thinking, "Look, I just want to let's just hit the 300 and get out of this get out of this room." So, what are his choices here? He does have 40 points available, leveraging some value out of that queue with Naoi for 40 points, hitting the triple word in both directions. It's there's quite a reaction in the chat to Rick's play. Rebecca in Istanbul saying crazy play. I think we can all agree with that. Craig, again, very valid point, saying if you're going to cash the queue for 2 blanks and just 37 points, maybe just by that same token, would you not have just played Rationale? Sorry, would you not just have played Slimy 2 turns prior? Mr. Hatsuka 1, why not play Kima for style points? Very, very valid point. So yeah, Nick has gone ahead and found his best play of Naoi. And as has been pointed out in the chat by Alexi is here. Hello, thank you for joining us. Rick is actually sitting on a bingo. He has just the one available to him. As pointed out in the chat, that is through the A. That is traumatic. He's got 3 minutes on his clock. He appears to not be entirely happy with his tracking. We can see that he's just recounting the tiles, which to me is quite a strong indicator that he's not seen his bingo, because he sees that his opponent has only 4 tiles on his rack. So whatever he does, well, he's been going out, so it's not really necessary now to track. So that implies to me that Rick has not seen his solitary bingo of traumatic, which is interesting. So we will wait and see. While we wait for Rick to do his tracking, I'm just going to have a quick look ahead and see the potential pairings for the next round. And while I remember, I'm going to pin, I'm going to put our ABSP website. I'm going to pin that in the chat. Do please take a look. We're redesigning the website at the moment. We're pretty happy with how it's looking. And I'm also going to be putting the standings in there as well, so you can follow along if you have to dip out of the stream as and when. So Rick's got 1 minute left on his clock. He's definitely not seen traumatic. I think it's safe to say he knows this word. He's studied it. He's just not generating it. Not entirely sure why that is. He's not even lined it up and questioned it. He's simply not seen it. So I've seen worse misses. It's not. I mean, it's a moot point really at this stage. And Nick Della is probably going to be going out at this point. Actually, I retract my previous statement. Nick does not have an out with Lan. His top move is looking like Gran off the G in Geo. Players having a bit of a laugh about something. I couldn't tell you what. I think just having a bit of a chuckle, probably about Nick's rotten luck and the fact that there's a pretty crazy 5-letter word on the board with 2 blanks and a Q. Very dirty, mischievous play from our producer, Rick Kennedy, but I will allow it on this occasion. Nice. Nick has found his top move of Gran. And Rick can now go out. His top out is Cert for 8 points, and he's gone ahead and played that. And that is for a final score of Nick Della, 331, Rick Kennedy, 425. And just disregard the final scores on the stream because the computer we're using is the American system where the value of the rack is doubled, but of course in Britain we add and subtract. So interesting game there. Really couple of rough racks in the middle for Nick Della. He did his best to battle through them, but he just faced an onslaught of score and blanks from Rick Kennedy. Interesting note from our producer, Ruth. She's saying that both players are saying that they tracked incorrectly, so that's probably what they were laughing about. In the end, again, a moot point, one presumes, did not affect the outcome of the game. But interesting. I mean, that's one element of Scrabble that we do not see from here on the stream. So again, if you're new to the game, tracking is where we have the list of letters, the 100 tile pool in front of us, and we cross them out as they are played. so that we can then assess probabilities and see whether that affects our analysis of the play we make. Of course, if you have crossed those letters off incorrectly for some reason, because there is a lot going on in a Scrabble game, it can mess with your thinking down the line, and that could be compounded if you've got very little time on the clock. So we're going to go to a short intermission now. We will be back in about 10-15 minutes for round 3. Please don't go anywhere. Action is hotting up, and it's worth saying, of course, especially in the first half of the tournament, we make sure to have a nice variety of players on stream. Got a couple of characters here you might know. There's a certain American player with a massive YouTube channel who is in the running in Division A. We'll see if we can get that guy on stream at some point. I can't remember his name off the top of my head. In the meantime, we're going to go for a short break, and we will see you shortly. Don't go anywhere. Hello again. We're back sooner than expected. I've got a certain producer here, Mr. Rick Kennedy, our winner from game 2. Now, I was going to have a short break, grab a coffee, but Rick stormed in. He said, interview me. I've just won a cracking game on stream. And I said, fine, we'll do it. No, he didn't. I actually invited him in. So, Rick, how was that for you?
Well, apparently, yeah, I missed traumatic at the end. So
you missed traumatic? Yeah,
I'll just
you know
get
that word.
straight into that. It does ring a bell now, but I didn't see it at the time.
Fair enough.
So that's rubbed in.
Yes. The chat very much enjoyed your play of Feeks.
Yeah. Well, this is it. It sort of just wins the game, doesn't it? So
does it? Yeah.
Yeah.
Probably. Yeah.
Well,
yeah.
I mean,
yeah.
Does it not?
Yeah.
Don't see what you do after that.
Yeah. Craig Beaver's made an interesting point that if you're dumping off the blanks for 37 points, would that same logic not apply to using one blank to play Slimy here?
Yeah, I did consider that, and yeah, I think they're all quite close, those kind of moves. So I did sort of want to give one more turn to double blank plus Q, turning into something very, very tasty.
Yeah.
And that's why I held off on that go, but I did consider Slimy and sort of other moves that kind of scored into the 30s and used one blank.
Yeah, for sure.
I played Sly, obviously, just because any bingo he has after that doesn't score very much
Hmm.
generally. And yeah, I just thought, yeah, when Feet comes along at that point, I was just like, well, this is really maturing into anything. So this kills his chances completely. So
Yeah, yeah, makes sense.
wins again.
Yeah, were there any other moves that stood out? Bound was very nice.
Thank you.
Really nice find.
Yeah.
Standout move that was very hard to see was unplowed early on.
Unplowed. Oh, that's weird
Mm,
because I saw plowed, but
yeah, yeah, that
for
would have
some
been
reason
nice.
I didn't
Yeah, but really hard to see.
stretch on a bit further
Yeah.
to see unplowed.
Just so congrats on the win. While we've got Rick, I think it's worth asking just a little bit about the stream. I said I bigged you up a bit. I said you're the brainchild behind the whole thing. Would you like
I've
to
got a
just tell
child's
us?
brain.
There you go.
Yeah.
Would you like to tell us a bit about how this all came about?
Oh yeah, but yeah. Well, I don't know. My head's pickled with the whole thing, and
We'll do it later, maybe when
um,
you've won again.
yeah. Yeah, about a year and a half ago, I think, I don't know, does everybody want to hear this story? Yeah, okay, they do. I don't know, what is it? Yeah, I just started researching how to do it with help from across the pond from likes of Will and various people. Because yeah, we need it in the UK, don't we? So it's great. Hopefully the viewers are finding it interesting. Joseph, I'm sure, is doing a fabulous job. We're gonna get better and better, and we're gonna, the Scrabble world needs to integrate and progress, and things are happening in Westborough. Great things are happening in Westborough under Lukeman. If we can, great things are happening with Will, his channel, with Scopely. Even Mattel are kind of now a bit interested in
Yep.
things as well.
That's Will Anderson for those unaware.
That's Will Anderson, yeah. For the few that aren't aware, and yeah, it's just part of that. And you start these things, and then you don't realize that in 6 months' time you're going to regret that.
Yeah.
One out.
Yeah, there's been a lot of that. Yeah. Cool.
And then you just have to keep going.
Nice one. Well, Rick, thank you for giving us a few minutes of your time. Do you want to go and freshen up in prep for game
please,
3? Nice one.
Thanks.
Thank you very much. Folks, we actually will be right back this time. See you in a few minutes. Don't go anywhere. We are back. Welcome. Round 3 is ready to go. And I think we have a player here some of you might recognize. Who's this guy on the left? Who is that? Will Anderson, an unknown player here in Britain, unrated, bottom seed. Don't know much about him. Here he's got a little YouTube channel on the go. Good luck to him. And he is playing Chris Vicary, a stalwart of the British game, a very strong player in his own right. No, I'm only kidding. It is an absolute joy and a privilege to have Will Anderson here. He's been extremely generous with his time in helping us set up and optimize our stream, and also helping us with stuff in his role at Scopely. They ran a fantastic exhibition match yesterday between Harshan Lamabadasari and Phil Robertshaw. That is also on our ABSP Scrabble channel. Go check that out. But in the meantime, we begin with Will Anderson, and let's just get these scores and player names updated, and then we will be good to go. Great. So we begin with Will, and in no time at all, he plays his optimum move of Zinky for 58. Not a whole lot to think about there for Will Anderson. And Chris Vicary, really nice looking draw to start this game. Couple of clunkers in there for score, couple of bingo tiles, and a nice little blank as well. He has a grand total of 1 bingo available to him for 106 points, and if he doesn't find that, he's looking at scoring about 30 odd and just balancing the rack. So really quite a big find here early doors for Chris Vicary. He needs to find this play. He's found it. He's found it. Lovely, lovely stuff from Chris Vicary. That will be Kyanites with a blank A for 106. Excellent find. And exactly the kind of fireworks we want to see on the stream. Will Anderson nodding approvingly. You always want to get the nod from Will Anderson there. Nice stuff. And we move back to Will. Pretty nasty rack after Zinky. He's got triplicate R, he's got a W. Let's see what you can pull out of the bag here. Oh yeah, a couple of you in the YouTube chat just noting that the interview I did at the end of round 2 with Rick Kennedy was a little bit echoey. Apologies for that. Honestly, I can't really explain the amount of technical stuff that goes on behind the scene, with which I will say I'm not really involved. That is thanks to Rick and Will, who's on stream now. They've been amazing at sorting everything out, but there's still so many little tweaks to iron out. We're working on it, and every little problem that comes up like that is a learning curve, and we do appreciate the feedback in the chat, because at the end of the day, you guys are the ones who see the final product that we're delivering. So any feedback, do throw it our way. We want to know. We should be able to get that fixed for the next interview that we do as well. Yeah, Rebecca in the chat pointing out, Will Anderson finally going to get himself in the ABSP database. It's always funny seeing some of the world's top players pop up in another country in their bottom seed, unrated. You'll also see on the stream after Will's name in the parentheses, we have IM, meaning International Master. Now, I'm not going to lie, I am not overly familiar with this whole drama, controversy, whatever you might call it, around conjoining all of the different international rating systems. If you are aware in the chat, please feel free to educate me. What does What does this really mean, I am? Is this just a brand new rating system that's been introduced? Um, I did hear Will talking about it earlier, but I was not privy to that. I was slamming down my lunch in preparation for this. Anyway, in the meantime, while someone tells me about that, Will has found and played his optimum move of narrow, turning over tiles, and for his troubles, he's drawn into 6 vowels. Don't think he's going to be very happy to see that. To go along with that R that he kept, pretty nasty. And Chris Vicary sitting on a second straight bingo of 1 time. And he's even gone for the optimal placement of this word. Nicely done from Chris. And as Alexi is here, has pointed out in the chat, prior to Will playing narrow zone time, very nearly fit also. And I don't doubt that Chris would have found that. So quite a hefty deficit early doors for international master Will Anderson. But if there's anyone who can come out of this kind of deficit, it's a player of his caliber. So I look forward to watching a player of such quality work out how to continue giving himself a fighting chance in this game. He's only 90 behind. That being said, he's basically going to be scoring nothing on this turn. I mean, I guess an exchange is perfectly viable. If he does want to put something on the board, his top move is 18 points. That would be a rekey through the K, leaving all of those floaters well alone that Chris has just thrown out wide into the middle of the board. I don't mind a rekey keeping AEE and setting up a new 7s lane above the I. Looks like Will's top move, though, might be Aya, AIA, down to the right of the K, setting up his R for Raya. Certainly seems better than changing, in my opinion. Alternatively, he might want to play that same word down at the left of narrow, making AR for a 7s lane. Will going for a similar theme here. He's gone with airy for 10 points, leaving AIR. Whatever he played and left there, it wasn't going to be particularly inspiring, so he's just going to have to slog through that as best he can. But for now, we move back to Chris Vicary, who in his second post-bingo draw of the game has got some scoring potential and overall a pretty nice balanced rack. There's plenty of stuff that he can do with this. His highest scoring play here and his optimal play is for 40 points. See whether anyone can find that in the chat. Looks like he's lining up veg. Just trying to see where he might be considering playing that. Now he's lining up hag above the E in 1 time, which will score nicely. And to be fair, that's almost on a par with the other move I had in mind that I mentioned, which is thieve down onto the E, the second E, in 1 time, keeping AG. But really much for muchness, I would say, at that point. Chris going with hag, and this does, of course, have the benefit of clogging up most of those floaters, which thieve did not do. And in fact, thieve put more floaters out there. So in a way, this is perhaps the better play. Chris moves up to 207 to Will Anson's 98, and he is sitting on an improved rack. He's got some firepower at least. He's far from a bingo with the F and a duplicate A, but Will does have 50 points available here, which is going to do quite a lot to keep him in this game. And I don't think it's going to be too long before we see one of these two 50-point plays come down. That will be either Farn, F-A-A-N, or Fiar, F-I-A-R. Similar ideas behind both of those. I would argue the IPR leave from Farn is superior. What else does Will have to consider here? Off the top of my head, I'm not seeing any overly enticing scoring spots for the F, which is the primary tile that he wants to be getting rid of, in conjunction with unduplicating that A. And Will has landed on Farn, and I think that's going to be coming down shortly. Just while he places that down, thank you, Craig Beavers, in the chat, just explaining that system to me a little bit more. So Craig is saying basically it's like expert and grandmaster in the UK. Fine. Okay, well, I'm familiar with that. Rebecca in the chat saying it's like Wesper badges, basically. Fair enough. All right. And yes, in turn, Craig is saying the titles in the ABSP system, which is the one I'm familiar with, are inspired in turn by chess. So yeah, that makes sense. So Farn comes down for 50. Nice score for Will Anderson. And we move back to Chris Vicary. He's got the UV combination, not ideal, but he's got a couple of nice ways to get out of this. Vought looks pretty good, VAUT down the right of Kyanites. Alternatively, you could play Vought with an E on the end above Hag. Both of those look pretty reasonable. Or Chris could choose to blow the rack open and play Valuate through the A in Airy for 24 points, completely destroying that left-hand lane that Will opened with Airy, creating a marginally concerning hotspot, putting the E down on the bottom left triple word, hanging over that. I wouldn't be too concerned by that, but regardless, I think Vought or Vought with an E are superior plays anyway, and it does look like Chris is strongly considering the latter option with the E. And just looking back ahead to Will, he's sitting on duplicate O, duplicate P. He's going to have to make something happen soon because Chris Vicary is not going to be holding off on the scoring here, it looks like. Alexi is here in the chat, pointed out, of course. I don't know why. Do you know what? I think I saw this word and it sounded so ridiculous that I just didn't really compute it. But Will is actually sitting on a 7 of Poopia. I'm not sure. Oh, it does play as well above the E in Airy. Nice. Okay. So Will's going to get himself pretty much back level in this game, actually. So that's nice to see. Not a whole lot to think about there for Will Anderson. Poopia comes down, and it's now just a 9-point game. And a really gross draw for Chris Vicary. He's got triplicate L. And in the space of a turn, his winning chances have dropped quite drastically. He's looking only now at about 60% win. He's still got options available. It's by no means disastrous. He's got Loath, sorry, I believe Loath, Loth, through the O in narrow. He's lining up Hell, which is another very strong choice. Getting the H tripled in both directions under PE. Chris taking his time here. Hell does give a new sevens line back under the starting with a vowel. But on the flip side of that, of course, Will is now sitting on a random rack of 7 fresh tiles. So if there's any time to blow open the board and do something a bit risky, it's when your opponent has a completely random rack. But regardless, Chris has played healed there through EA, which is a nice find. Quite a snazzy little 5. My assumption is he didn't fancy what Hell did to the board, but he didn't see Loathe, Loth, through narrow, because that was quite a strong play. It would have required Will to have drawn an S to hook Pez, which he may well have done, but again, with a random rack, he's unlikely to be doing a huge amount of damage there or wanting to dispense with the S cheaply. But regardless, healed is the play for 21 points. And we move back to International Master Will Anderson. He's considering Fug, which plays to make Fairy. Nice hook for 30 points. He's got some other options he might want to consider here, though. Most notably Fugato through the A in Airy. Tripling the F, doubling the word. But a bit volatile, possibly unnecessarily creating a sevens line that's quite easily accessible to the left of the F with an E or an I or an O. So I don't know whether I'd fancy that if I saw it. Alternatively, this might be my favourite play. Gone F, right in the middle of the board with 4 overlaps. Very tricky spot. That's Gone F, beginning to the right of the A, the blank A in Kyanites, hitting the F in both directions on the triple letter. But Will's happy with that risk. He is running at a deficit and he's a tempo behind. So he's happy to play Fugato for 36 points to take a 6-point temporary lead. Chris Vicary sitting on a pretty unpleasant rack, 3 pairs of duplicates and a G. And in fact, for the first time this game, Chris's winning odds have actually dropped below 50%, unless he can find one play which still has him just about as the likely winner. That is Gelt, G-E-L-T, above Vort with 3 overlaps, making Leet and Eve. Which is likely to stand out to him because he's going to be looking ideally at unduplicating all 3 of those pairs and getting rid of that slightly clunky G in the process. But right now he is lining up Ettel, which would play down to the left of the F that Will has just placed out with Fugato. It's a pretty handy move. It does a lot um, for the board. It turns over, it takes out that spot that Will has opened when Chris is sitting on a pretty unfavourable rack. But really nice to see he's actually found his top move of Gelt. Very nicely done there by Chris Vicary. And we move back to Will. Who's sitting on triplicate S. Now, if you're new to Scrabble, generally the S is the most valuable tile in the game after the blank. 2 S's can be handy because you can expend one for some score while holding on to another to hopefully pluralize a word with a hook for a bingo, perhaps. 3 S's, at that point, it starts getting a bit silly, and they basically just lose the value. Any more S's after having 2 on your rack, it's diminishing returns, really. In fact, it looks like Will is lining up Sensums, which is not a valid 7, and his expression, his body language, and the rubbing of the face and the stretching and the crossed arms indicate that he is quite confident on this word. And if I'm not mistaken, there is a little shake of the head there as well. Sensums. I'm frantically trying to work out what he could be confusing that with. Sensums with a C at the start is also not good. Tell us in the chat if you have any idea what he might be thinking of here. As Scrabble players, we study words, and generally we study them by probability. In other words, how likely you are to have this rack come up in front of you in a game. Now, when you've got 3 S's along with an M and a U, that is really towards the end of the word list. Most players aren't studying that far down, and even if you are, you're not going to see this kind of word very often. So maybe there is something similar to this, and at present I'm not sure what that is, but Will is really deliberating over this. And from a psychological point of view, if we just move over to Chris Vicary, it's interesting because if you think about what Chris is seeing in front of him, it's an 18-point game. It's near neck and neck, and his opponent is now conveying quite overtly a lot of frustration mentally, indecision, and you're thinking, right, my opponent is close to something, and if he puts it on the board, I'm not sure he actually necessarily believes in it in himself, which could induce a challenge. I see. I see. That has all become clear in one really nice move from Will Anderson. He's played Sensum as a 6, with which I will say I was not familiar. Does not, excuse me, does not take the S. So correct decision from there, there from Will Anderson to not stick an S on Sensum. He stuck down the 6 for 34 points. And Chris Vicary does not bat an eyelid. He knows it. And Chris sitting on a pretty nice rack himself. He's got the QU combination, and he's got the F and Fugato to play onto, and without thinking too much, he's sticking down quote, which gives him about a 30-point lead. However, Will Anderson has drawn into a bingo, and one bingo only. He's lined it up. He's not going to take too much time to deliberate over this. Cobeers is the play, coming down for 82 points. And suddenly the tempo is with Will Anderson. as Chris Vicary's rack has diminished somewhat. He's just got the one vowel. He's got some clunkers and he's got the J. What is he going to do with this? He has options. In fact, he has one really nice option for 62 points. Let us know in the chat if you can find that. And also, I will just let our producer know on the ground that Chris's rack has been knocked slightly. If we could possibly fix that, that would be brilliant. It's always tricky because, especially in a close game, which this isn't quite yet, the producer ideally doesn't want to be hovering over the players. But of course, that's only done if there's very good cause. So I imagine once Chris has hit his clock here and committed his turn of bird, our producer Ruth will probably just jump in and fix that rack for us, no problem, not an issue. Bird is a nice play from Chris for 42. He did have 62 available though, as I said, for gerbil, Jirble, tripling the J, doubling the word up top onto sensum. Tricky one to see. But he has kept the J for score next turn. Meanwhile, we move back to Will. Who's got some firepower in the X. In fact, one of his top moves is Wox for 38, leaving EIRV, which is a pretty nice leave. That would be above Poopier. Although alternatively, a pretty Nigel-esque move. Lovely setup available here for Will Anderson. Wive just for 20 points onto the E in Poopier, sticking the I next to that triple letter, holding OX, so setting up a above 50-point play for his next turn. Now, this is the kind of board vision that sets apart the very top players from those chomping at their heels, whatever the expression is. I don't think that's an expression, but let's go with that. So we would love to see that come down. Marginally his best play. Of course, it does score 18 points fewer than Wox. And of course, the other problem with Wive setting up that hotspot next to the I, if Will even sees it, is he may just be gifting Chris something. Now, of course, we know from Chris's rack that that probably won't be the, well, that wouldn't be the case. Although just looking ahead to Chris's rack, he's got good things going on in other ways. He's drawn the first blank, oh, sorry, no, the second blank of the game. So he's got both this game. He's got Kyanites early doors as a double-double for 106. And now he's got the second. He's going to be very pleased to see that because other than that, he's been slogging through a couple of tricky racks here with not many vowels in sight. Hello, by the way, in the chat to King of Lettuce. Now, I know that username. I can't remember off the top of my head who that is. Do let us know. And we're up to 75 concurrent viewers now, so greetings. Thank you very much for joining us today. We are at the Easter Matchplay 2026 in Coventry, England. This is day one. This is round 3. And I'm your commentator today, Joseph Bennett. It was very funny for me yesterday meeting Will Anderson. I won't lie to you, I was a little bit starstruck. I walked in, I shook his hand, and then I went out the room and I said to my friend, I just shook Will Anderson's hand. Highlight of my day. Highlight of the week, probably. And do you know what? The best thing? Will Anderson knew who I was. Can't believe it. Unbelievable. Yeah, if you haven't already, do check out Will Anderson's YouTube channel. Really formative for me in my Scrabble career, along with that of David Webb, as I mentioned, who we saw in round one, his channel Dweeber Vision. Both very informative and educational in different ways, both very entertaining guys, excellent ambassadors for the sport or the game, whatever you like to call it. I prefer to call it a sport. And if you didn't catch it earlier, I was saying that Will was here yesterday on behalf of Scopely, who he works for. They have a new app out simply called Scrabble, not to be confused with Scrabble Go. My understanding is the app that's just called Scrabble is a more pared down classic version of the game in terms of the interface. So we ran a best of 11 exhibition between Harshan, Lamabada Sarir, and Phil Robertshaw, both of whom are, of course, playing in this main event as well. No spoilers, but it was an absolute barnstormer. Um, really crazy scenes. Do make sure to go and check that out. Very entertaining. And if you haven't already, do consider subscribing for more content like this. We're a pretty up and coming channel at the moment. We're learning the ropes, but with the help of a couple of really great experts like the guy you see on screen in front of you, Will Anderson, we're getting there slowly but surely. So thank you again for your support. And after quite a few minutes deliberation, Will has settled on Wox, which is perfectly reasonable. Nice play there. Don't know whether he saw Wive. Unless I missed it, I don't believe he lined it up on his rack. But regardless, as I said, it was probably a bit of a coin toss whether that was the move or not because of what it potentially gave back to Chris Vicary, who we now turn to. So Chris sitting on a blank. Rest of the rack not overly inspiring with the duplicate L and the J. But he's got options here. He's got options. He'll be all right. You can get rid of the J now for 27, simply dumping the J on its own in that lonely bottom left corner with Joe. And in fact, that's looking quite significantly like far and away his best move, I would say. Thank you, Rebecca, in the chat for your kind comment. And really nice to hear that I wasn't the only one who was starstruck upon meeting Will Anderson. They say never meet your heroes, but I can confirm Will is as lovely in real life as he comes across in his videos. Very amiable guy. Got a lot of time for everyone and a genuine ambassador for the game. I mean, we were working in this room that I'm sitting in until past midnight last night on just getting the stream tweaked and perfect. Will didn't need to do any of that, but we all sat here into the small hours, making sure it was good for you guys so that we could deliver the best possible product. And we're pretty happy with the result, touch wood. So, sticking with Chris, what else has he got to think about here? Another option is just dumping the J above OR in jaw for Poopier for 10. I don't really see that as a viable option, but for some reason, when I simulate that, that's doing pretty well. Second best move, apparently. But I mean, if you're dumping the J, you may as well do so for 17 points and take out that hotspot in the bottom left. And I was about to say, I'm sure we'll see Chris do that shortly. In actual, in actual fact, he now plays gerbil with the blank B. Yeah, very amusing. So he's found the word in the end and played it, except this time it's with a blank. But that's nice strong play there from Chris, and that makes it a 9-point game. And it's hotting up somewhat here. Will Anderson sitting on triplicate I along with a V. What options does he have here? As we enter the end game. So, assuming that Will has tracked correctly, he has one and precisely one winning move. He has 2 draws available, and then everything else loses. Alex Potts in the chat on Chris's previous turn just saying if Chris didn't see Gerbil as a natural, he's not going to see it now. I thought exactly the same, Alex. Yeah, I thought the same. In answer to Craig, the remaining tiles should now be correct. Sometimes it may not update immediately on the back end, but we are working on making it as efficient as possible. Alex in the chat says he's seen it, and I can confirm Will has found his only winning play. He's lined it up. Whether he pulls the trigger on it or is aware at this stage that it's his only winning play is another matter. Rived is the move. Rived as a 5, holding II, making U and door above Wox. That is his only winning play. That will take him to 4-4-3 and a slightly insurmountable lead from Chris's perspective. So it's very encouraging that Will has found this, but now he's going to be permuting through what Chris could do in response, bearing in mind that Chris does have the 9-point lead at present. Just looking around the board, what could Chris Vicary do with this DAL? Will's got 4 minutes on his clock. He's got plenty of time to compute this. But assuming he does pull the trigger on this, it's certainly going to be a close thing. Chris Vicary has run him very close. It comes down rived for 27. He's just counting it up. He commits the play, and Will Anderson, whether he's quite sure of it at present, has won this game. He goes up by 18, and Chris Vicary is sitting on ADL. He can go out with Lady onto the Y in Kyanites or Dahl through the blank A in Kyanites, but actually his optimal move is simply dumping AD in the bottom left for 20, holding the L. I'm pretty sure he's going to work that out, but it's not going to be quite enough to lead. AD in the bottom corner will give him a temporary 2-point lead, but then Will, holding his 2 eyes, I assume will be able to go out somewhere. I can't quite see at this stage, or maybe he won't go out, maybe he will just score. Do tell me in the chat. Is he just dumping the I next to the Q for 13? Maybe that's it, actually. Really fantastic game. Alexia's here. I'm glad you concur. Yeah, Rebecca makes a very good point in the chat. She says, I've heard Will say that he enjoys the endgame puzzles even when they won't affect the game. That's exactly correct. I mean, I've not heard Will say that myself, but it wouldn't surprise me at all. He's got a very measured, composed approach to the game that a lot of the very top players do. They treat it purely as a puzzle for enjoyment in its own sake, and just like working out the optimal end game even when they've lost. Now, on this occasion, of course, Will has won. I think at this point it probably has sunk in that he has done so. Rebecca in the chat saying he could have played Ivied, saving Irk for an outplay, might not have scored enough points. Yeah, it's a very valid point. I think you're right. I think it wouldn't have quite scored enough. We are aware that Chris's rack has slightly been knocked again. It's not a big deal at this stage. His rack is ADL. The last letter on that rack that you can't quite see on the right is an A. Now, I will say, from Chris's perspective, it really might not be obvious he has actually lost because it's such a close run thing. And I haven't looked exhaustively, but I'm not convinced Will can go out with two eyes. So, assuming that's true, Chris is probably thinking he can do a 1-2 punch and catch Will on the count back of the single eye that he'll be left over with. He's got 6 minutes to permutate through all these options. And I think he'll take all of his time here because it's such a close run thing. Alex Potts in the chat saying it's probably close enough they'll do a recount at the end. So again, if you're new to Scrabble or your first time here, and again, if you are, welcome. A recount is as it sounds, really. Generally, the rule of thumb is that if the deficit at the end of the game is 20 or fewer, the players are entitled to do a recount. So basically, they've written the words down and the scores as they've gone through the game, and they may recount and check their maths is correct. And it could well be the case here. As Alex says, it's going to be very, very close indeed. Chris has gone ahead and pulled the trigger on his optimal move of add, which does briefly give him a tantalizing 2-point lead. And as I suspected, Will cannot go out with his two eyes. And he has actually calculated that very fast. He's dumped it for 13 by the Q, and both players having a bit of a laugh there. Chris jokingly dumping that L next to Airy, making O lob. Unfortunately, not valid words. His optimal outplay here is simply a lowly 3 points above the I arrived, and he's done so. And that concludes this game. A very close run thing, but at the end, that is a final score of Will Anderson 455, Chris Vicary 451. That is a 5-point deficit. It doesn't appear that the players are going to be doing a recount. Obviously, both confident enough in their respective adding up and tracking of the plays. But in the meantime, we're going to see whether we can grab our winner, Will Anderson, for an interview. So we're going to cut to a very short break just while we set that up. As I said, we're going to make sure, unlike the last one, to get rid of that echo as well. So yeah, just going to cut to a short intermission. Don't go anywhere, and we will be back in a few minutes with an interview with Will Anderson. Stay tuned. Welcome back. We are here with a little known foreign player from over the way. Will Anderson, is it? Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah. Congratulations on a very tightly run, exciting game.
Yeah, that didn't feel good in the early going, but just got to keep fighting and hope for better opportunities. And I definitely got some very lucky draws that kept me in it. So can't complain. Hope everybody enjoyed because it felt pretty exciting to me.
Yeah, no, it was fantastic. Were there any moves that stood out particularly?
Well, yeah, I mean, on Fawn, I gave passing thought to keeping the F for Fairy, but it just seems like that spot is never really that good when you play stuff there. And I guess the evidence of that was I had the other F on Fugato, and I thought about playing Fug, and I was just like, well, the board is pretty open. There's already a lot of triples available. It's not that likely that I'm going to give Chris something that much better than already exists. Sometimes I will, but sometimes I'm going to be happy that I set up a spot where my M might play alongside the U of Fugato, and I'm turning a few more tiles, try to get that blank. But certainly Sensum, I sat there staring at that and just thinking, God, I don't think this takes an S, but I really need it to take an S. So
Yeah,
I guess apparently I picked correctly to
yeah,
not play it.
yeah.
So yeah, and then just Walks, of course, doesn't feel great to just let him potentially have his crack at either S or Gerbil, which I had seen as a possible threat. But I also felt that I was going to struggle to block Gerbil while also scoring enough to outrun any number of other decent scoring plays elsewhere. I also thought maybe emptying the bag might be nice because there could be situations where he plunks the J down and draws into stuff that's difficult to block. But it didn't seem that easy to fit something parallel to Quote. And I thought maybe I would usually just be able to, if he played Joe in the lower corner, maybe I could just block the S of Sensum and be up by enough to withstand it in the end game. But
Yeah.
not sure, about the end game there. Rived, it feels like, yeah, he can only respond to that by going out for not enough or playing ad, and I can respond with Chi. I'm not sure if there's any better end game, but it seemed winning. So
Well, Rived was your only win.
Yeah.
And then you had 2 draws and everything else lost.
Wow.
So
Okay.
really nicely done.
Yeah, it just seems
Yeah.
like it's not great to have the 3 eyes, but it blocks multiple good
Yeah.
plays with his DAL that play either Ords and Dal, or even better, just Lad or
Yeah.
Dal on top of Walks.
Uh-huh.
So I'm blocking those. I'm leaving him with just seemingly Lady. I didn't really see what else he might have, and that doesn't score enough. And if he plays ad, I just respond with Chi. So
Yeah, nicely done.
yeah, just squeaked through it there.
Yeah.
So
You had one more interesting move when you played Wox. Did you see the possibility of Wive setting up OX?
No.
Yeah, but
Can you show me that? Let me just
yeah,
go
yeah.
back. Oh man. Oh, that's cool.
Yeah.
So Wive into the E of Poopier. By
Yeah.
the way, I'm 41 years old, and I was really having a hard time holding it together when I had Poopier on my rack. So I feel like it would have been nice to have more maturity in that moment. Maybe laughing at that play is a tell for all of you out there who are going to play me someday.
Yeah.
When I draw a thing, it's probably a word like Poopier, so you can narrow the range down.
Well, speaking of body language, when you had what was your play that you were delivering at Sensums?
Yeah.
I was talking about the fact you were physically deliberating. You weren't happy,
like,
were you?
Yeah, just like it just sucks to not play that if it's good.
Yeah,
it's so important to.
But equally, you can't be missing a turn and throwing a game.
Yeah, I know. It's
and
such
it kept it strongly if it scored well.
Keeps the S. It puts an S out in space, which could be good for me. I'm kind of down a tempo. I might like to have that S. If Chris scores really well somewhere else that's not up there, I might be like, well, now I'm happy that I have this S. I don't know. I mean, he did just play Gelt, which is primarily low point tiles, which indicates he probably has 3 more low point tiles, which maybe slightly improves his odds of hitting the S or the E of Sensum out in space. But I don't know. Seems okay. My other candidate play was just like Muns on top of Poopier making Healds, which feels okay, leaving ESS. The problem, though, is that with my S's, there isn't really a good S hook anywhere on the board, especially after Muns sort of fouls everything up. Whereas at least after Sensum, if I draw good bingo tiles, I
For
have
sure.
some hopes there. So
Yeah.
tricky one.
Well, I want to let you get back. Just
Sure, yeah.
in 30 seconds, you're here with Scopely.
Yes.
Do you want to tell us about the app?
Yeah, I'm here mostly for the match that took place yesterday between Harshen and Phil, which was an absolute thriller right down to the wire.
Yeah.
And
I've not said the result either.
Oh, no spoilers?
Yeah.
Okay. Well, fortunately I didn't spoil it inadvertently, so I recommend a watch of that match for sure. Just played on tablets, kind of a unique thing that don't expect that to take over from over the board Scrabble, but I think it could be a nice way to sort of tie in the new Scrabble app a little closer with our community potentially if we continue to do matches like that with a little bit of cash prizing as well from Scopely. So I thought it went great, and I'm fortunate to be able to actually compete in the main event. So yeah, new app is out in UK, Australia, New Zealand, and Philippines. So if, obviously I've been relentlessly promoting it, but if this is the first time you're hearing it, definitely recommend checking it out if you're in those areas, because it's I think it will be a little bit more to the tournament community's liking potentially than some of the other similar apps on the market.
Brilliant.
Not to badmouth anything. So thank you.
Cool. Well, congratulations on a very exciting
Thanks.
game.
Yeah,
And good luck with the next. Thank you.
Appreciate it.
Folks,
Cheers,
we
Deb.
will be right back with game number 4. Don't go anywhere. We are back. Hello. Thank you for staying with us. We're about to begin round 4. We've got a cracking matchup for you in Stewart Houten, starting against Scottish Grandmaster Paul Allan, 2 titans of the British scene. Let's move over and have a look at them bagging up the tiles. So we can see at the moment Stewart's on a nice clean 3-0, all up there in 5th. Paul, bit of a rockier start, 1-2 in 28th place. At this stage in the tournament, of course, players will just be in mini round robin groups. And after a few rounds, they'll start separating. But for now, it is Stewart to start. I will let our producer Ruth know that we are ready. The handshake over the bag, and we're ready to go. Stewart Houten to go first. I have a feeling this is going to be an epic matchup. I've got a good feeling about this one. Let's have a look what Stewart's drawn into early doors. Okay, so 2 pairs of duplicates. Probably going to be seeing Ahi come down, I would imagine, for 12 points. Maybe he'll want to exchange and not give back the floaters, but 12 points is 12 points. And just 1 or 2 consonants drawn into AEIT is going to sort that rack right out and may even line him up nicely for a bingo. So I'd be surprised if Stewart were to exchange here, and he would appear to agree with me, and he plays Ahi for 12. And we move over to Paul Allan, opening rack. He's also got 2 pairs of duplicate vowels. What can he do with this? Nothing ultra inspiring to begin us off, but it's looking like his top move is going to utilize the P and unduplicate those pairs. Probably looking at PEIN down the right of Ahi. Similar idea here for Paul, playing pi, holding on to that N for 14. Hello to Jelamockers or Jelamochers in the chat. You are correct. Pili was also a nice option there. Some of you in the chat saying that hopefully the link that I've dropped in there with the standings is now correct. And I would remind you as well, the pinned comment is our newly redesigned ABSP website. Do check that out if you get a moment. King of Lettuce, really nice observation that Pine, P-E-I-N, would have given back rebating, which I've no doubt Stewart would have jumped on in a heartbeat. Stewart also letting us know that he would have had, well, I think he saw rage bait through another A, although that's not actually good. Maybe he would have considered that if there had been a floating A. Regardless, he has played bigger. Another option he might have considered, which was pretty nice, was Begert for 32, turning over pretty much all his tiles, holding on to the A. But I like this play from Stewart as well, holding a pretty nice leave. Back over to Paul, who has drawn into the X along with a U. He's got some score available for sure. He's got one standout play for 57 points. Let me know in the chat whether you can find that. Some other strong options available, but he does need to find this. My instinct is it's not the easiest find in the world. Involves quite a few overlaps. He's found it. What am I talking about? It's Paul Allan, Scottish Grandmaster. He was finding it all day long. That is Linex for 57, which is going to be a bit of a blow to Stewart, who we see has just drawn into 2 U's for his fairly promising leave. Some stuff to think about here, though, for Paul. Not a clear-cut choice. He does have XU in the same spot for 42, holding a nice leave, but I think the points are just too many here, and he has concluded in the end that Linux is the way to go. Nicely done. Uninspiring choices here for Stewart, sitting on duplicate U. A rack of 2 halves, for sure. The rest of it is really nice. But he needs to score something here, but at the same time, he doesn't want to be blowing open this rack. It would appear his standout play is Lurid for 21 off Linux. Pretty much achieves everything he can possibly hope to do with this rack. And in fact, it looks like his second best option is simply exchanging UU before considering putting anything else on the board. But however, he has quickly concluded he wants to play, he wants to get the points and leave as well as he can. And it is indeed lurid for 21 for Stewart Houten. Back with Paul Allan, who's got vowel problems of his own. Clunky rack, duplicate O, U, and then F for good measure. But he's got options again. He's got options. He's got a 25 available with OOF, OOF, down the left of bigger. However, does he necessarily want to be floating that O in the triple lane? Not sure how dangerous that is, but I'd certainly think twice before committing that move. Something else you might want to consider is simply roof off the R in Lurid. But whatever he does, I think it's likely Paul is going to be keeping the U this turn, unless he plays something like Rouen, but that's only 10 points. So he's gone with what would appear to be his best move that I originally mentioned of Oof, coming down for 25. We move back to Stewart Houten, whose rack is certainly going in the right direction, although it's not quite yet where he would like it to be. But he's got a few nice ways of sorting this out. Probably the standout is Veto onto that newly opened O. unduplicates the T, dumps off the V. Alternatively, maybe he would consider simply dumping the V next to Goo for Gov for 14. Don't know how I'd feel about that, holding U and duplicate T. He's going to see veto. It's really just the question of how long it takes him, because I'm pretty confident this is the move we're going to see. Stewart taking a bit of time on this move. Meanwhile, we can see that Paul has drawn into the Z. He'll be happy to see that. And an S to go with it. Okay, so I was not actually correct there. I was pretty confident Stewart was going to play veto. He's gone ahead and played vent onto AI, making tie. I'd be interested to know what the rationale was there. It leaves reasonably, OTU. It's just a little bit lacking in score. But regardless, by no means a bad move at all. Now, what can Paul Allan do with his newly acquired Z? Got a handful of moves that score close to 50, and that is going to render Stewart Houten a bingo down at this early point in round 4. Paul's top play is Wanze, W-A-N-Z-E, making Hugh, and he's already got that lined up. Alex Potts in the chat making a good point. Yeah, perhaps Stewart didn't play veto because he didn't want to kill the top left point. The top left of the board. Good point, sir. I had not thought of that. Yeah. Thank you, Rebecca, in the chat. Apparently, if you were going to the standings via the pinned ABSP website, it was getting a 404. So I've just pinned the actual standings link. That should work now for you folks who were struggling to get that. Wanze is the play for 46 points for Paul Allan. Yeah, Rebecca, don't worry, Paul Allen had not stormed off. Yeah, just a little peek behind the wizard's curtain. We wanted to decrease the load and the visual feeds for this stream. So rather than having two individual player cams, we've split a single camera. So there is slightly less range. So if the players lean back to have a good think, survey their surroundings, they will be slightly off camera. But for the most part, we're going to be able to see their beautiful faces nice and crystal clear on the stream. And I think at the end of the day, when it's a properly close, intense end game, they're going to be right there hunched over the board, and we're going to see every drop of sweat as they frantically work into their final seconds to get the win. So we're going to see their faces when it matters. Don't worry about that. Another awkward rack here for Stewart. What's he thinking about? His top move basically blows the rack open and goes digging in the bag. That would be Deuton for 35, hooking wands. I've no doubt that Stewart will be aware that wands is a verb. Well, I say that on stream, you do get jitters and you may doubt yourself extra because at the end of the day, you are aware that there's an audience watching. And while you do generally want to block that out, it's only natural to not want to make a mistake while people are watching. So it's the kind of thing you may start to doubt, is wands a verb or is it only a noun taking the S exclusively? And regardless, of course, Stewart may be fully aware that it takes the D and simply doesn't fancy that play. Blowing the rack open, I mean, an alternative, keeping a really nice leave, is simply due in the same spot. DUE, 27, holding note. And in fact, you know what? The longer I look at that, the more I prefer that move over anything else that blows the rack open. Stewart going for, I guess, a middling play of duet for 30 down the right of wands. So it remains to be seen whether he or either player is aware of the D hook. May not become relevant now. Regardless, duet is the play. 30 points, and it's a 50-point game as we return to Paul Allen. Alex Potts in the chat likes Stewart's play, very much agrees with duet. An alternative from Clive, hello Clive, is Dewan to the right of wands. Yeah, does similar things. I'm not familiar with a lot of the handles in the chat at the moment, so do let us know where you're tuning in from around the world, guys. And as ever, thank you very much for joining us. It means a lot to have you here on ABSP Scrabble. It's an absolutely stacked field at this tournament. It's 25 rounds, and we have such players as world runner-up Harshan Lamabadasaria, David Webb, otherwise known as Dweebervision, Brian Poe, who recently won the UK Open back in January, which was our previous stream, Will Anderson, who we had interviewed after winning round 3 on stream. Welcome, Will, over to Britain, his first ABSP-rated tournament. We have Sam Crispin, who won the warm-up event, which ended this morning. Phil Robertshaw, who faced off against Harshan in the Scopely exhibition match yesterday, which, if you didn't hear me or Will say earlier, is available to stream in full on the ABSP Scrabble channel. Do check that out. No spoilers, but it was an absolute barnstormer down to the end. And a whole host of other really interesting characters on display here. And especially as we're early into the stream, we're going to get as many varied faces as possible. We want to be exhibiting all sorts of great players from across Britain and in some cases beyond. So the top play here for Paul is looking like Stowe, making onesies. That's 38. Alternatively, he could simply dump off WO at the top, making Woo for 18. I don't really know how I feel about that when he's got so many points on offer. He is going for Wuss in the end. For 28 points, re-establishing his bingo lead. Back with Stewart Houten. I think we're likely to see him utilise the W for some score and open a couple of floats for eights. So something like Wave. And I was going to say, will he want to hold the front A hook or get rid of it now for 3 extra points? I mean, I don't know how helpful it is really holding onto that hook. It doesn't do a lot, so I may as well get the 3 points now and go digging around for one of the 2 blanks still unseen. So top simulating play there from Stewart Houten. Nicely done. We return to Paul Allan, who's got a fabulous draw of Ice Boat. Does it play? It does not. It does not play. Unbeknownst to Stewart, he's got off likely there because that really would have established quite a hefty deficit. Ice Boat on Paul's rack, just showing us that he's found it. Unfortunately for him, doesn't play, but he's got some nice moves available. We're probably going to see him dump off the B somewhere and continue nursing a nice bingo-y rack, hopefully for the next turn. Paul going to take a bit of time to think about this. And just looking ahead to Stewart. Again, not the most inspiring of racks. Got that duplicate O. If he can just dump off 1 or 2 tiles there, he's got a rack with a lot of potential. Got that new floating E that he's just put out in space. Pretty much the only floater on offer. We've got the RID and lurid up top. The V marginally. But I think Stewart is unlikely to be scoring on his next turn, regardless of what Paul does with his iceboat rack. So, iceboat is the play. Holding the A. Nicely done for 29 points. And we move back to this fairly uninspiring rack for Stewart Houten. As we see his opponent, Paul, has drawn into the first blank of the day. So it looks like on this move, Stewart is probably going to be forced to blow open the rack because he's actually got 40 points on offer for a 6. If he spots this, it's probably coming down. At the moment, he's eyeing up Danny-O, essentially in the same spot. He just needs to look a bit longer and a bit farther up that space to find Ordain for 40, making a whole bunch of overlaps. He's found it. This would be a very nice play. It's essentially half a bingo score. Goes rummaging around deep in the bag for the blanks. There often comes a point in the game where you essentially have to cut your losses. How long can I really be holding out, trying to nurture this into something that's not happening? So tempting to keep fishing, but you do also need to score. And when you've got 40 points available, it really is a no-brainer. So very nicely done from Stewart Houten. Ordain is the play. And that gets him pretty nicely back in the game. He's still down, probably already a bingo. And in fact, it's going to be more so with this superb draw for Paul Allan. He's got a handful of bingos available to him. The highest scoring for 77 off the D. He's got 2 available there. And he has found one of them. That would be Diaspora. Not actually his optimal play. He'd be looking ideally to make that blank an M for dioramas with no dangerous vowel placement. However, it's actually marginal. The Z's gone. The J's still out. But of course, he could well draw into that post-draw. So the play is Diaspora for 77 by Paul Allan. We move back to Stewart Houten. On our end, guys, we are aware there's a little bit of freezing going on. So don't worry, we are getting on that. Stewart's drawn into the blank. Could not have come at a better time. He really needed to see that. He's got a whole host of bingos available to him. Now it's just about permutating through all of the options and seeing which one shapes the board in his favor as he needs. The decision is real tone, which looks pretty much as good as anything else. Puts the R out in space nicely for himself. He may well need another bingo after this because he's still going to be down a bonus. Only 30 behind now, but Paul Allan is on turn. And I would just wait to see what Paul's post-bingo draw was. At the moment, I'm just seeing the blank rack while he does his paperwork. So Paul has replenished his rack. It's just frozen, but our producer in the room there, Ruth, has just unplugged something and plugged it back in, if in doubt. And we can now see his rack. Thank you, Ruth. And I almost wish I hadn't seen that new rack. Pretty grim sight. All consonants and not even very good ones. That being said, Paul has one standout play that is not an exchange. If he's going to put anything on the board, he needs to find this. I'd be extremely impressed if he found gametal through A and eta. Probably not finding that for 15, and an exchange is the play. In fact, he's changed 7. So a new rack for Paul Allan. Should have been an opportunity for Stewart to catch a bit of a break there, but his post-bingo draw also not particularly ideal. He's drawn into the queue. The rest of the rack's all right, but that could introduce some problems. Although actually, do you know what, now that I peruse his options, I think he's going to be all right. He's got 50 points available. Utilizing that O in the hot spot next to Diaspora. And this is an excellent illustration of the incredible fine margins in Scrabble. The difference between Paul making that blank a P for Diaspora with the dangerous vowel placement versus making it an M for dioramas, in which case Stewart would not now have been gifted 43 points for key. And that actually puts Stewart ahead by 8 points. A much nicer post-exchange draw, though, for Paul Allan, and he's going to get right back into that lead. He's drawn the J, he's drawn the Y, and the rest of the rack not looking bad either for potentially nurturing a bingo. He's got some really nice scoring options, actually holding on to that J for score on a later turn. Pull down to under 9 minutes with quite a few tiles still unseen. And Stewart, just looking ahead, I think is still going to struggle to dispense with this queue. Doesn't look like there's any great places to be getting rid of that. So it may be a low score for Stewart on his next turn, which will then average out over the 2 turns with that and his previous turn of key as only about 30 points of play. So that was the somewhat inevitable downside of scoring but holding the queue. But I do still think he had to do it in that scenario. No use left for him to draw into. So it looks like Paul's best move here at the moment is tucked up there in the top right, OY, making Guy. His only option really to get, well, yeah, in fact, the only option to get rid of the J and the Y is either Joy or J in the same spot to the left of a wave. Does leave nicely of AENP. Alternatively, you might simply want to dump the J in the center triple word for 27. Wouldn't have been a bad shout, but he has gone with the top performing play of OY, holding onto the J, and we're back with Stewart. And in no time at all, he's simply dumping that Q for 11 points. Although very interestingly, he did have 38 points available, turning over a load of tiles. Yeah, Jello Moch's in the chat saying, has he missed Shekel? Quite possibly. So Shekel played for 38 through the E and vent, holding DE. I have to say that's performing massively better than dumping off the Q for just 11 points. But regardless, that is a play. That is the play. Stewart under a little bit of time pressure. Probably just sick of the sight of that Q as well. Regardless, it's gone. But I do think it's fair to say that was a miss. Not the easiest play to find, though. We're back with Paul, and he quickly finds his top play, his top performing move of Gadjo for 36, and Stewart now down 50 points, having essentially scored nothing on that previous turn. But he does have a nice rack available to him. He's got a lot of synergy here. No bingo available for Stewart Houten. His top performing move is basically dumping the entire rack, just holding onto the S. That would be leached through the E and vent, which on his previous move, he could have played Shekel through. Yeah, Rebecca saying someone else recently on stream missed Shekel. Really not the easiest to spot. Not an intuitive play at all. So a perfectly understandable miss. Someone else in the chat just saying, essentially, Stewart, do not play Sleeched. Very good point. It is not valid. The fact that he actually lined it up on his rack may imply that he considered it. He's now lining up. What's he looking at here? I'm not sure what he's thinking about at this point. But he needs to make something happen fast because the bag is rapidly emptying and he finds himself 50 points behind. He's looking at cheesed. He's looking at cheesed through vent. Quite like this, holding the L. But I think if you're seeing cheesed, ideally you've got to be generating leached. Same idea, but holding the S rather than the L. Such a valuable tile to be holding onto at this stage. Even, despite the fact that there are no S lanes, it's still just such a strong tile for bingoing, especially through those newly introduced floaters that leached would put on the board. But Stewart taking his time, understandably, pretty pivotal moment in the game here. Okay, so a middling play in that vein from Stewart. He's playing echt, which of course does take the front E, which I've no doubt Stewart is aware of. So that is a pretty handy move. I like that. Back with Paul Allan, 18 points ahead. Nice balanced rack. Got some score on offer. And he actually has one move that's looking like a almost 90% winning chance at this stage. That is temp 30 above leached, completely taking out all of those floaters, save for the C in the double lane, which would of course be pretty devastating, but unlikely to be hit, especially with the unseen pool. From Paul's perspective, just the two lonely vowels in a sea of pretty clunky consonants. And we can see from Stewart's draw, he's probably cooked at this stage, I'm afraid. It's just that E and then a load of clunkers. Yeah, Craig Beavers in the chat saying that was the problem with burning through tiles, just likely to end up with a load of dross out of what was remaining. Jello Motchers also pointing out, yeah, the pool was just constant heavy. He's probably not quite down and out yet, but Paul needs to find temp here. Although even if he doesn't, he's got imp available in the top right. He's got 4 minutes left on his clock. He's got time to sort this out. But from his POV, I do think he wants to be blocking that E in echt, on the off chance that his opponent has some kind of miracle low probability bingo through it. Quite a noticeable change in body language from Paul Allan as he enters his final 3 minutes. He's looking pretty on edge because there's a lot to compute here. Jello Motchers in the chat saying the pool is wrong. If that's the case, apologies. I will look to get that sorted ASAP. But this is a nice play from Paul. He's hooked temp onto echt for pecht. Stewart's challenging. And that's getting +5. Do you know what? Apologies. It's because I input leached by mistake on Stewart's turn. Apologies, folks. That's why the pool was slightly incorrect. Lovely word knowledge from Paul to pull the trigger on pecht and all but kill this game. That puts him up 57 on Stewart Houten. Yeah, apologies for the confusion there, folks. Accidentally input the play of leached rather than echt. So we enter a one in the bag situation. Dream rack for Paul to finish on here. Meanwhile, down almost 60 points, Stewart's in a real bind. Does he somehow look to fish? But how does he do that? What does he even hope to fish for? How does he create any kind of viable lane? Surely got to be getting rid of that F if he does go to fish, or realistically, is it now just a case of damage limitation? Certainly with the omniscient view that I have on this end, it's basically a case of the latter. I think he just needs to take this one on the chin and try to mitigate any further spread for his opponent, especially as the pool from Stewart's point of view is looking really quite bingo-y. Jelamoch's in the chat saying that Entrazol is threatened. Also saying that the pool shown is still wrong. If that's the case, I'm not sure why that would be. It looks correct from my point of view because it's Lawnist plus an I, which I assume is in the bag, but we'll see. Oh, I see. I see what's happened here. Yeah. It's because I have not saved the move. Apologies. There you go. There you go. Sorry about the confusion there, folks. There's quite a lot of admin going on this side, which is, by the way, why I'm sometimes going a bit quiet. Yeah. Yeah, the pool shown is now correct. So you can see from Stuart's point of view just how devastating that is. He's probably clocked that Entrazol is a very real possibility off the E and Pecht. Unenviable situation here for Stewart Houten in seeing out this game. And Stewart down to his final minute. And it looks like Paul Allen is going to be getting Entrazol down because Stewart's going in the bottom right with Feg. Which, in fairness to him, was one of his top performing moves. Draws the eye out of the bag, and Paul Allen is likely soon to be going out with Entrazol. Yep, and here it comes. Entrazol to go out for 59 points. Collecting 7 points from Stewart Houten. So that is a final score of Paul Allen 4-5-8 to Stewart Houten 3-3-7. Yeah, a couple of nasty racks there for Stewart to permutate through. But he fought well. Yeah, he did what he could to create openings, create volatility. I was a big fan of Echt holding the front E. But in the end, he just didn't get the rub of the tiles there. And I think it was decided fairly early on. Jello Motchers pointing out when Stewart played Feg that from his POV, Paul had a 5 in 8 chance of a bingo through the E or the C. I appreciate you calculating that. Thank you. So for now, folks, we are going to take a break for dinner. Let the players get filled up. A lot of calories get burnt on this. I'm burning a lot of mental calories just here running the stream and commentating, so you can imagine just how much it takes out of you playing some of the world's best Scrabble players for 8 hours a day. So folks, we are going to be back after dinner at 7:45. Is that GMT +1, I think? Or basically in an hour anyway. I think it's GMT +1, yes, because the clock's changed recently. Let's just say 7:45 in an hour. So be there. In the meantime, thank you as ever for all your support. Really appreciate it. Thank you to all those engaging in the chat. It's great to have you here from all over the world. And as I said, if you haven't already, do please consider checking out the ABSP Scrabble channel. Do hit that notification bell if you haven't already. And just give us a like, if nothing else. It really helps us in the algorithm, possibly more than you realize, as we look to continue growing this channel. It's coming on in leaps and bounds. I really am just the face of it. There's so many amazing people who've done great work behind the scenes. All of them here on the ground, either playing or in the production room. And I'm sure we'll be hearing from them as we go along over this 3-day extravaganza of top tier British and indeed international Scrabble. But for the meantime, folks, I myself am going to go and grab some dinner. I'm absolutely ravenous. I'll see you on the other side. Take care. See you in 1 hour for round 5, I think. I've already lost track. See you then. Welcome back to Easter Matchplay 2026 as we look to move into round 5. Thank you for joining us or rejoining us if you were with us for the first 4 rounds. We've had a break for dinner. The players are all fed, me included, and we've got the necessary brain calories to get back on it for, I believe, 2 more games tonight. Is it 2 or 3? 2 more games tonight. That's about all my brain can handle, I think. So we have got an absolutely epic matchup here. Let's transition over to the player view. We have got Sam Crispin, currently in 3rd place. This is our resident wunderkind in Britain. I think he's 17. A genuine bona fide rising star is Sam Crispin. Opposite, needs no introduction, Grandmaster Phil Robertshaw, who, as many of you will have already seen, was featured on yesterday's Scopely exhibition versus Harshan Lamabadasariya in a best of 11. Do check that out. No spoilers, but it was a truly phenomenal game and ending. But back to the matter at hand. The players have shaken hands. It's Sam to go first. Phil starts his clock, and let's see what Sam can pull out of the bag on his opening draw. Let's do this. Nice, pretty chunky rack there for Sam to start off the game. Bit of a no-brainer start with Jaiber for 44. I think we're going to be seeing that come down in the next 10 seconds. He's just lining up Bajri, but I think he's soon going to conclude Jaiber. And looking over at Phil, he's got the Q, he's got triplicate D. I think even with this I floated out in space for QI, I think we'll be seeing Phil exchange. I don't really think there's much working out of this rack that he's drawn into at the start of the game. So Jaiber for 44 comes down from Sam Crispin. And we move to Phil Robertshaw. Is there any scope whatsoever for dropping the I for 11? I don't think so. Interesting alternative is go the other way. Just try to plow through this rack as best he can. Hold the Q, dump everything else with Dindled for 20 points. But that still doesn't seem superior to exchanging. What do you guys think in the chat? Whatever Phil does here, he's going to get hit hard next turn. For the young Sam Crispin with a J opening bomb of 44, and he's now drawn into the blank and many, many bingos. So Phil exchanging down to Den, which I do think is the correct play. I don't think there's really any option to be playing through that, even with Dindled for 20. And Crispo slightly misread his rack there. It's not quite as dreamlike as I thought. He's got the duplicate N. However, I do think he identified earlier on his rack, he has got a solitary, no, he's got 2 bingos available. One through the E. No, both through the E. See who can get it in the chat. One is with a blank G, one is with a blank O. Alex Potts in the chat saying Dindled is defensible. He says if you're just going to dump the Q, you might as well exchange. Yeah, very valid point on both grounds there, Alex. just looking ahead to Phil, he's completely turned his rack around and drawn into Indexal. I'm not sure that's going to play, which is pretty gutting. But he's going to have some scoring potential, I'm sure, to at least get himself back into this game. Sam has gone with Wantoner with the blank O. For those who didn't get it, the other available bingo to Sam was Natran with the blank G, which is absolutely marginally superior. I guess that's, well, yes, because Wantoner, of course, puts the O under that triple letter score, opening a lot of scoring potential. Natran has very defensive consonant placement, but regardless, it's a close thing. That's 63 for Sam Crispin to 0 for Phil Robertshaw, who's sitting on Indexal, a homeless Indexal. Can you believe it? Alex Potts in the chat found Wantoner. Yeah, as I said, the other bingo available to Crispin was Natran with a blank G. So Phil's going to be all right here. He's got some pretty standard dumps here. He's got Dex for 47, probably superior to Lex for 44. Although I say that, actually, maybe I'd be wanting to hold on to the D to draw into the E for the ED suffix. Personally, not a fan of the LN lack of synergy. That might just be me. I think I might forego the 3 points there. Another route that Phil might want to go down is Jinxed for 42, but that really does blow the rack wide open. I think keep it tight, keep cultivating for the bingo, and just dump down those 3 underneath Wantoner onto the triple word. So Phil opting to keep the LN rather than DN for 3 extra points. And I certainly am not one to question the rationale behind that from a Grandmaster, so I'm very happy to concede that that is likely the superior move. So Phil keeping himself in this game. He's a bingo down, but he's drawn pretty nicely. Meanwhile, we'll go back to Crispo. Sitting on a nice bingo-y rack, but none available. He's got a pretty snazzy double-double available through the I. Even if he sees that, which I'm sure he will, play over his caliber, holding onto the E, making anti-pot. Does he necessarily want to do that? For those unaware, that is an adjective, meaning against marijuana. It is not some kind of pot made from antimatter. Lots and lots of things for Sam Crispin to work through here. So many options of basically equal scores, similarly equitable leaves. Let's run through a couple of other options to him. Probably the standout is Op above Wantoner, making packs for 26. But then he's got 29 available to him in the same spot with Apo or Opa. to reiterate what I said, the double-double available to him, his highest scoring play for 36 is anti-pot, or indeed patient. Sorry, I didn't mention that one. Keeping the O. I mean, you'd rather play anti-pot there, keeping the E. This really, to me, feels like one of those moves where you just want to get something down and try not to burn through too much of your time. It's going to be a nice leave, whatever he does. He's got the advantage. He's going to be scoring reasonably. And on top of that, I think it's fair to say there's not a whole lot that Sam can really infer from Phil's previous play of decks, simply by dint of the fact that it scored so well. So really, this just comes down to how does Sam want to shape the board? I imagine he wants to keep as many floaters available as possible because he's so close to hitting. And meanwhile, just taking a minute to look over at Phil Robertshaw. He's drawn into a nility. That does not play at present. And unless I'm mistaken, there is no available eights to him on the board either. I stand corrected. Paul Coyle in the chat saying that Phil has Latinity lined up, and I will openly confess, wasn't aware. That one is pretty outside my wheelie. So nice spot there from Paul Coyle in the chat. Well done, sir. Latinity. Now Sam has blocked that with his as a double-double, with his own double-double of patient, but Phil is still going to hit that with a double word. Actually, no, that's going to fall one short of the double word, so it's going to be an airball, a proper airball of Latinity for face value for Phil. But still, you'd rather that than whiffing on the bingo entirely. Curious decision of patient there from Sam over anti-pot. My guess is that he simply missed anti-pot. So Latinity coming down from Phil Robertshaw. However, that is a miss, unfortunately. Latinity for 61. Phil did have 89 available from the D in decks. A surprising miss from Phil Robertshaw. That play would have been daintily. I can't necessarily see why he would have missed that. Sometimes we all are just blind to certain floaters. The D's somewhat hidden away. It's not the most obvious floater in the world, right there in the middle of the board. But yeah, there's no getting away from the fact that is a miss. That's about 20 points left on the table, but it's certainly not disastrous for Phil. And he has drawn into the Z and a reasonably balanced rack in his post-bingo draw. Meanwhile, Sam sitting on no fewer than 4 O's. That's quite a lot of O's in my experience. I think that's actually half the number of O's you get in a game of Scrabble, if my maths and memory serve me correctly. However, he is going to be fine. He's got scoring opportunities here. Alex Potts in the chat saying we all miss daintily. Yeah, I think that's fair to say. Sam coming down with youth for 25, which was one of his better options. And we move back to Phil Robertshaw, who's going to be just fine with this rack. He's got nice scoring options available with that Z, keeping a balanced lead. Interesting point from Zando Toaster in the chat saying he maybe got tunnel visioned on Latinity after seeing as a double-double. Paul Coyle echoes that sentiment. I think that is probably what happened. Yeah, he had Latinity available as a double-double, got blocked, but he was given a tee to still airball it, and he's just gone ahead and dropped it down to save himself some time. So certainly a forgivable miss there from Phil Robertshaw. Another interesting point in the chat from Alex Potts, who says it's funny the way obscure words are easier to find than everyday ones. I have certainly experienced that, Alex. Yeah, I think that's a very fair comment. Jello Motch's in the chat. I believe that is Alex Seaholm. So hello, sir. Nice to have you here today. He suggests Zyger setting up the L. So that would be through the Y in Latinity for 37, tripling that Z, and setting up the L for Zygo. I'm a big fan of that, Alec, I will say. Alternatively, again, as Alex says, is just Kaz dumping the Z for a nice easy overlap above Wantoner, and that is what Phil's gone for. I did like the shout of Zyger. Very clever move. I think it's likely Phil spotted that and was happy to just keep things ticking over and get 6 extra points in the process. So, yeah, a very defensible move there from Phil Robertshaw. And we're back with Sam Crispin. And very quickly finds his optimal play of Boo for 24 to take a half bingo lead with Phil Robertshaw on turn. A pretty unappealing set of letters this turn for the Grandmaster. He can work out of it with some high 20 scores, but it does require him to blow the rack open, which I think in this scenario is probably for the best. Go digging for that second blank and get himself back on the horse ASAP. Looking like Phil's top move here is through the second I in Latinity, Ligula for 27, holding DO, turning over tiles, and Phil has found that impressively quickly, and I'd like to see him pull the trigger on this. However, he's going to have his work cut out for him because Sam Crispin has drawn into Raciest, and he's going to have an absolute plethora of options to not only score well, probably getting the C on a premium square, but to shape the board as he wants as well. The C, of course, being the second most blocky tile in the game after the V, given the fact that it only takes the solitary hook of the H. So in other words, if you're new to the game or new to the stream, in which case welcome, there are, I believe, is it 128 two-letter words in Scrabble? And they are what we would call the bread and butter of the game. They are how we build parallel plays, but you can block up areas of the board by using letters that are not involved in many of those two-letter words. The C only appears in CH, so unless you have an H, you can't make a parallel play next to a C. So Ligula is the play. Nice find from Phil Robertshaw. That's his best move. And Sam not taking any time here. As I said, he's hit the C on a premium square. He's hit Christe for 82. And that puts him in a commanding position over the Grandmaster Phil Robertshaw, who finds himself just under 100 points behind. But there's still a blank unseen. There's still plenty of action to be had. He's by no means out of this yet. And certainly a player of Phil's caliber knows how to find the win where most players would have resigned by this point. Psychologically, not literally. That's not allowed. So it seems like a good idea here is for Phil to reopen the right side of the board that Sam has closed off with that C in Christe, while also dumping off the V to help cultivate a nice bingoey rack and score in the process. So we're looking at a play, probably Arvo through that R, ARVO for 24, keeping read, READ. That's a really nice leave, really nice play. Quite confident that Phil is going to generate that. But he's got time. He's used less than 10 minutes in this game so far. Fewer than 10 minutes, I should say. He has lined up Vord, which is not good as a 5. I think he's looking at, is that avowed through a U, possibly? No. Arvo, okay. Well, regardless, Phil has generated and correctly played his optimal move there. Nicely done. Puts himself within the bingo's reach with a nice bingo-y draw as he goes back into the bag to see what he can find. And we move back to Sam Crispin, who's sitting on a pretty nice balanced rack, all things considered, when you're taking 7 random tiles out of the bag. There's a lot he can do with this, but he's probably looking to get a better balance of vowels and consonants and get rid of the M. So ideally, you'd probably be looking to get rid of EMOU in this rack, and there are 2 4-letter words in there, meow and moo, or is it mouet? It's French, so I actually don't know how you pronounce that. But they are the letters that Sam is going to be looking to get rid of, and he's got places to do those. Whatever he chooses to the left of Christe, getting that M doubled in both directions, the word doubled in both directions through the M. However, nice to see, for the sake of excitement, that Phil has drawn into Ceredia. So we should be seeing him coming down with a bingo and getting himself nicely back into this game. Moo or Mouet is the play for Crispo, and Ceredia the rack for Phil Robertshaw. He has only 2 bingos available to him, one much superior to the other. Phil's best play here scores 72 points. Let's give you a moment in the chat to see who can find that. And if you haven't found it yet, Phil is going to show you. That is, of course, Ceredial, the other anagram. The other play available to him being his anagram Darioles. But Ceredial, by far the superior play. And that makes it a 24-point game. However, Sam Crispin, opposite him on the table, has drawn into the second blank. And Sam has 3 bingos available here. Oh no, sorry. 5 bingos. You've got 2 pairs of the same word in different placements, but then I can reveal now, seeing as he has not bingoed, his outstanding play was Pyronine, blank I through the Y, which was all but a game-winning move. It is possible that he saw that, or his other options of Nanopore or Corn Pone through the floating O in Arvo. But regardless, Sam's play of Open was actually superior to those, scoring half a bingo in itself and keeping the blank. How's Phil's post-bingo draw looking? Well, Phil's not going to be happy for the second time this game to be seeing that Q. But this time, unlike on his opening move where he exchanged it, this time he is going to be playing through this rack. It's too scory to not do so, and he needs to keep pace with Sam Crispin. He's got some scoring options with his F. He's got Feg for 32 above Ceridial, or Fed for 41. There are 2 U's unseen to Phil, so he may be thinking that he wants to turn over more tiles, not only to draw into a U, but also to try to get his hands on one of those U's to help him out with this Q that he's otherwise going to be lumbered with. So yeah, probably looking to go for a longer play here. And of course it does score very well as well. Alex Potts in the chat also pointing out that Sam's play of Mue blocked air radios for Phil. Luckily, he was still able to get a bingo down. Tricky position here for the Grandmaster, Phil Robertshaw. Sam Crispin sitting on one of those U's that Phil would really like to be able to get his hands on right now. Meanwhile, Phil himself eyeing up a frag. Not quite above Ceridial, but rather underneath Latinity for 32 points. I think it's likely that Phil has not spotted Fared yet, because it would seem to be the superior play, both in terms of score and turnover, bearing in mind that he needs a lot of help to get rid of this Q. But frag is the play, and it does similar things to the board and for Phil. And we return once more to Crispo. He finds himself up now fewer than 30 points. And another interesting position here for the young Sam Crispin. He has precisely 1 bingo available to him, and it's really not an easy find, I would say, even for a player of his caliber. For those of you who understand probability, this 8-letter word is 12,000, so it's certainly not obscure by any means for a player of Sam's quality, but under pressure on stream, facing up against a revered Grandmaster, it's not an easy find. Let's see who in the chat can find the 1 available bingo for Sam Crispin. That is an 8-letter word. I will say it certainly wouldn't be calamitous were he to miss this, or even to see it and forego it. I think if Sam finds it, he will show us on stream, because we all want to be able to show off our word knowledge. So I think he would line it up. He hasn't done so yet. No one in the chat has found it yet. And if Sam doesn't play this word, he's got plenty to fall back on, holding the blank and scoring with the H. So he's going to be all right either way going into the next turn. And he's actually going to be even more all right than he realizes, because Phil's now sitting on triplicate E and has had very little help with that Q he's lumbered with, other than the I, if he wants to dump off Chi somewhere. Alex Seaholm in the chat has found the 8, although thank you for not giving it away, sir. Let's see whether anyone else can get it. Rebecca from Istanbul. Yes, you are correct. And here's a clue for the rest of the audience. Sam's 8-letter word is through the O in Arvo. Not the Y. No, that would be very impressive. Alex Seaholm has found it. Yes, it is Cothurni, which is the plural of cothurn, a buskin worn by Roman actors, hanging over the triple word, sorry. The players aren't going to be concerned about that. They're going to know that that doesn't take the S. Alex C. Holmes saying he did say Cothurni in the chat. From my end, that hasn't come up. So I didn't retract that, so that's interesting. I don't know what that's about, but regardless, it was nice that other people had a bit of time to find it as well. In terms of Sam Crispin himself, he's still wisely using the abundance of time he's got left on his clock to figure this out. Seems to be permutating through the many options that blank could be. He's slightly off camera, but it looks like he's got his clipboard pressed into his face. And yeah, we spoke about this earlier with Will Anderson on stream when he was really questioning Sensums, which fortunately would have turned out to have been a phony. It's so interesting. I mean, I don't think I noticed this when I'm sitting opposite someone, but now I'm observing from this perspective, I'm really seeing what different rack situations mean and how they're conveyed through the player's body language. It's actually quite useful to look out for. I'm going to try to be more mindful of that moving forward when I'm playing over the board myself. So, I don't think Sam found Cothurni. Not an easy find by any stretch. 12,000 probability and not an obvious floater with the O over there hanging out on the far right of the board. I think he would have lined it up regardless. The play is UH for 19, leaving an exceptionally strong 5-tile selection on his rack. And we move back to Phil Robertshaw, who's in quite a sticky situation with this triplicate E and the Q. No U in sight for him to utilise. Probably a bit of a punch to see Crispin throwing down a U like it meant nothing to him for 19 points. And in fact, Phil has gone ahead and exchanged, which I think is a very defensible position move there. I think that may actually have been his best option. So, yeah, respect to Phil for not faffing around, trying to milk some score out of that. And of course, from his point of view, there is still a blank unseen, so another reason to go diving back into the bag. Back to Sam Crispin, who has drawn 2 S's at the same time to go with his blank. And he's got a panoply of bingos available to him. And I think when one of these inevitably ends up coming down, that's going to be an all but insurmountable deficit for Phil Robertshaw, and that's going to take Sam Crispin, who going into this game is in 3rd place, right up there with the big boys, possibly even knocking him into 1st. We'll have to see how the fixtures play out across the rest of the standings. Yes, another interesting point raised by Rebecca Sobel in the chat, that your opponent taking a lot of time in itself can be a bit of a clue that they are permutating through a blank and what it could be. And like I said, combined with frustrated body language, a bit of huffing, a bit of puffing, probably means you're getting hit sooner rather than later with a bingo. Alex Seaholm and Newt Nits. Is that Nits Chakti, possibly? Hello, Nits, if so. Saying surely Estrins is coming down pretty soon. That's certainly Sam's optimal play, and that's just shy of a 100% winning chance for him at that stage as well. But he's taking his time. I'm wondering what else he's thinking about, because the highest scoring place to bingo from on this board at this stage is a triple word using that O, almost certainly beginning with it rather than ending in it. So once you are homed in on that letter, you should be generating estrins quite fast. But again, that's certainly no shade on a player of Sam's caliber. There's obviously a lot going on in the playing room in real time for these players. He's got 5 minutes on his clock. And as I said on a previous round, we don't necessarily know the administrative side of what's going on with the players. Maybe they're having trouble tracking. So who knows? So anyway, Estrins is not the play. Tertians with a blank E is the play for Sam Crispin. Or that could be torsions. It's a blank E. Tertians, our producer in the room there, has confirmed that. So I think for Sam, that was really just a case of get anything down, clog the board, and no matter what he draws, it's probably going to be insurmountable. And would you look at that? He's drawn the Q that has been haunting Phil Robertshaw all game, and he's coolly drawn it with a U and a couple of nice vowels to go with it. So Sam is going to be absolutely fine with that Q. And I think that's Phil Robertshaw's race well and truly run. But let's have a look at his options. Is there some kind of Hail Mary he can pull out the bag? He does have 48 points available to him, but that will empty the bag and leave him with 6 tiles, meaning he cannot bingo. Hello, Nits Chakti. I thought it was you in the chat. Hello to 9 Tide Grease. Also, do not recognize that handle, but welcome. Thank you for joining us. Alex Seaholm pointing out there are a few nines available through A and E, but they don't hit the triple word. Alec also pointing out a very fun extension here for Phil Robertshaw, just plopping the DE onto the front of tertians for detersions. Essentially a style play, and it does score 18 fewer points than Helmed, making Ha in the top right, so probably not the right play regardless. You always hate to see it when the style play is not the right play. It's always a glorious moment when the two align and it actually is the correct thing to do. Just looking from Phil's POV here, is there any theoretical way he can concoct a win here? I mean, I'm trying to see where he can even open a sevens lane. But then if he did so, for example, playing to the right of the P impatient, it's not going to score anything. The bingo's not going to be much. It's just going to be a double word. I don't think there's really any way at this stage. Can he, I mean, could he somehow hit a 5-letter word down to the right of patient, opening a Hail Mary triple lane? There are 5 in the bag, so would you, I mean, is that something you could go for? Empty the bag and just go for a 1 in a million triple? If I could find such a play myself in this situation, I think that's what I would do. But that being said, of course, the tie break in professional Scrabble is spread, and it may be much more sensible to just do damage limitation now, take the 48 points for Helmed, and move on with your life into round 6. Phil is lining up Heem. Where's he thinking of playing that? The only place I can really see that is to the left of Tertians for 25 points. If he's considering not going for a Hail Mary bingo and just, well, maybe you would just then go for Helmed. So unless he's lined it up and I've missed it, I'm not sure he's actually seen the possibility of Helmed yet, but I could be wrong. Daniel Muhanguzi, hello sir, I'm not familiar with you, thank you for joining. Daniel suggests that Mike onto the C in Kaz for 10 points opens the board up. I guess with the E hook. But again, I don't think you can do anything there that's going to score. Oh, this is very nice. Okay, I did not consider this. That's a lovely, lovely play from Phil. Playing Heem with a T unseen, 1 T unseen to him, setting up theme. That's actually a fabulous play from Phil Robertshaw. And again, this just speaks to the quality of the players we have on stream, finding that 1% winning chance. Now he is going to draw into the T. In fact, no, he has not drawn into the T. But a really nice idea there from Phil Robertshaw. In fact, there's one in the bag, and do you know what? Phil's left the T in the bag. Unbelievable. That's really cruel. I mean, it wouldn't have hit anything anyway, given the absolute dross that he's drawn into. But still, it would have been nice for that to pay off and for him to be able to hit the triple word. But Sam's actually going to be the one drawing that T and able to, well, likely able to hit theme, possibly to go out. The play is queer for Sam Crispin to establish a over 100-point lead. And a pretty miserable end to the game for the Grandmaster Phil Robertshaw with a load of clunkers, and it's actually really quite important for him to work out his optimal play here, otherwise he's going to get caught with a hell of a lot of points for count back as well, given that Sam Crispin is sitting on a really nice 4-tile outplay, presumably in multiple places. Daniel in the chat has identified Kevil through the E in Mue. That does look to be Phil's optimal outplay, or not outplay, end game play. dumping off as much of that clunk as possible. He's going to get caught with quite a lot of points on his rack, whatever he does. But Kevil, down in the bottom right, is the play. Two minutes on his clock for Phil to work this out. And just a reminder for the audience, the next game will be the last of the day, game 6, and we'll have a few minutes break at the end of round 5, because for the first 5 rounds of this 25 game tournament, the players have been in mini round robin groups of 6. So our tournament director, Wayne Kelly, now needs to accumulate all of those results and then generate the new fixtures as we enter the next phase of the tournament. But to finish off this game, Phil has found his second most optimal final play of wived up in the top left for 28. And likewise, Sam Crispin has found his optimal outplay of tied. He's going to collect 8 points from Phil Robertshaw for a final score of Sam Crispin 469, Phil Robertshaw 347. A very nicely contested game. Not the rub of the tiles that Phil would have been looking for, but bodes well early doors for the young Sam Crispin as he probably jumps into second, if not first place. We see the handshake, and we are going to try to get Sam in here for an interview. So we're going to cut to a very short break, folks. Don't go anywhere, and we will be hearing shortly from Sam Crispin, the winner of round 5. Back with you in a moment. And we are back with Sam Crispin. Sam, congratulations. How did you find that game?
I mean, I like the drawing of the tiles.
Yeah.
So that was quite nice. A few iffy moves here and there, but
Yeah, any in particular?
UH?
There was one bingo.
One bingo.
Yeah, through the O.
Through the O. I figured it would be through the O.
Yeah.
What's the blank?
Not
rafting, is it?
No, C.
C.
Yeah. Get some real-time anagramming, folks. It's hard. It's 12K.
I know it.
Yeah.
I've seen it.
Yeah. Correct. Yeah. That being said, with the leave and what it did, I mean, it was fine. It was fine. It would have been snazzy, but it's all right.
Did I have any disconnected nines through AE?
No.
Yeah.
So I think that was the only miss, really. Patient.
Yeah.
Anti-pot. Holding the E. Did you see that?
I didn't see that.
Yeah.
No, I lined up the anagram.
Mhm.
Didn't see it.
Yeah.
I don't know. That's much better though.
Possibly not.
The
Yeah.
O is in a much easier spot to use.
Yeah.
I don't like.
Yeah. And
I
I don't know. It will be an adjective, won't it?
Should be.
Yeah. And when you played open, there were a few bingos available.
I wasn't playing.
No. Did you see them?
I didn't look for them.
Right. No. Fair enough. Well, you didn't need to because
NR blank. Like, I didn't want to leave the S open.
Yeah. So you had Pyronine. Yeah, and then Corn Pone, Nano Pour for airballs. Not really worth doing. Your play was actually better anyway.
Yeah, I definitely.
Yeah. But I think they were the only moves where there was a huge amount to discuss. So yeah, that probably fires you into second, if not first place, I imagine.
Well, it puts me in a very good spot.
Yeah, and I was telling the audience that's on the back of you having won the warm-up event, which was very nice. What rating are you now coming into this tournament?
A 174.
174, very nice. Yeah, so that, what are you, about 20th in Britain, something like that? Top 20? Yeah. I know he's around there because I obsessively check my own rating, and I'm about 50th. It's rubbish, isn't it? So how is your studying going, and how are you feeling that you're progressing?
I like how words are sticking from ages ago.
Mhm.
There was a bit when I started where I had like a gap where I didn't do very much studying, but I haven't lost as much as I thought I would. And I'm coming back into it. Causeway in preparation.
Nice.
Doing loads more.
Yeah.
I can get loads of the higher probability ones, loads of confidence. And I do think that that's the weakest part of my game is the words.
Mhm.
I can get much better at it.
Nice. Yeah.
So,
And you had a good result at the World Juniors, didn't you, last year? Was it?
World Juniors, I came 10th there.
Yeah.
Which was not, if I'm honest, it's not what I was expecting. I wanted to go a bit higher.
Sure. Yeah.
It's tough fields. So.
Yeah. Well, aim high. That's good. What are you, 17 now?
17.
Yeah, it's quite young, isn't it? It's quite young.
What about the world team?
Oh
yeah, the actual World Championship.
Yeah.
I did it right in there.
Did you? How did you do in that?
Game
9th in the world.
Yeah.
That's all right. That's pretty good. Cool. Well, Sam, I'm going to let you go freshen up in prep for round 6. Keep it up, man. Keep going. Well done. Cheers. Folks, don't go anywhere. We'll be back, I would imagine, in 10, 15 minutes. We will wait for Wayne Kelly, our tournament director, to put those fixtures together. We're going to get another barnstormer for you on stream, and we will see you shortly. Do not go anywhere. Welcome back, folks, to the final game of the day on day one of Easter Matchplay 2026. This is round 6, and we've got a really fun one for you to round out the day's events. Early rounds of the tournament, we want to get a good variety of players on the stream, showcase all the different faces in British Scrabble, and to that end, we've got a really interesting matchup here. As we see the players sitting ready to go, we've got Greg Kelly, who's seed 31, but had a very strong start, finds himself in 6th place on 4-1, against Natalie Zolty, seed 10, in 8th place on 3-2. The players are ready, they've bagged up, and I have signalled to our producer, Ruth Crispin, that we are ready to go. So here we go, and let's see, draws out of the bag. It's not an auspicious start. And the final one is the blank, so I retract my previous statement. That's a nice start for Greg. Load of clunkers, rounded out quite nicely with a little blank tile. You'll love to see it early doors on your first rack. So Greg won't be exchanging here. He's got a couple of options. Probably wants to hold on to that solitary vowel and get rid of 2 of those 3 clunkier tiles, and correctly playing his top move of ply for 16. And we move to Natalie. He's got a pretty mad draw to start the game. Really interesting options here. This rack really could go either way. She can score and try to plough through it in a risky fashion, or just exchange now, bite the bullet, and take what might feel to be the more sensible option. If she does want to play through this, she has Azagi through the Y. Not an easy find, even for a top player like Natalie, but she has instead elected to exchange down to AZ. And I think it's fair to say she may have missed Azagi, because it was worth 31 points, holding DGQ, which would have been a defensible play. But regardless, AZ is a nice leave, and she's only 16 points down as play returns to Greg Kelly. And can Greg hit bonus this time with his blank? He cannot. There is no 7 or 8 letter words available here. Welcome back to those in the chat. Thank you for joining us for the final game of day 1 of the Easter Matchplay. Thank you to Squidgy RC, who's enjoying the commentary. I don't know who that is. Do feel free to let me know. But yeah, thank you for your kind thoughts. Really nice draw for Natalie after that exchange. So she's going to be bingoing handsomely after Greg's play of Hoya. So Natalie sitting on teasing and Zigane. Oh, and wow, yeah. Alex C. Holm in the chat pointing out Teasling was available. That would score an absolute boatload of points. It very nearly fits, doubling the Z in both directions. That would have been an absolutely brutal put down. to Greg Kelly. Fortunately for him, unbeknownst to him, that does not fit, but Natalie is still going to bingo very tidily. Now it's just about working out the placement. She's going what would appear to be marginally her best move of teasing for 86. There's an argument to be made for playing Zigain, finishing under P, making PE, perhaps for slightly more optimal vowel placement. Actually, do you know what it is? It's because teasing, where she has put it, puts that Z very dangerously next to the double word. I think that may be a little bit of an oversight from Natalie Zolty, because it does give a lot back a lot of the time. I don't know. Do you know what? On the fly, I can't necessarily tell the difference between those moves. I think I would have gone for Zigain myself because of the way that Z's hanging over the double word. But regardless, she's scored nicely and she's well in this game. And Greg with, let me just get his rack in quickly, even though he's played. Greg utilising that Z with bed. He did have the option to dump the Q, but I think use that Z now while it's in such a dangerous position rather than giving Natalie a crack at it. Hold on to the blank for another turn. He's got the blank. He'll probably be able to dig a way out of it. And anyway, he probably needs to take that spot off Natalie. So bed is the play for Greg Kelly, which makes it an 11-point game. And not the most appealing post-bingo draw for Natalie Zolty. Duplicate E, duplicate N with an L. Not a whole lot of synergy in that. Alex Seaholm in the chat saying he would have played bead, so sticking the E on the end of bed. That was also a strong option. Natalie just ploughing through all of this dreck with healing. And essentially restarting her rack with a score equivalent to about half a bingo. So a very reasonable move there from Natalie Zolty. Plays coming thick and fast at the moment. But Greg Kelly with a pretty monstrous bingo lined up, just the one available for 90 points. That is squired. It's going to be a blank U. He helpfully shows the blank to the camera, Greg. And squired comes down for 90. Hello to Benjamin Bloom, an ex-Mancunian now living in Connecticut. Not a name I'm familiar with, but thank you very much for tuning in, sir. Appreciate the support. Okay, so I said Natalie was looking to reset her rack. It's not really turned out how she would have wanted. Triplicate N, duplicate R, just the solitary vowel. And by the time Greg has played his next move, she's going to be down a bingo. So quite a gross draw there for Natalie Zolty. But sticking with Greg Kelly for now. He's likely to be utilising that triple letter going both ways. Above the E in healing, your eye's drawn to sticking the W on that, getting rid of both of his clunkers in one, the B and the W. Question then is just, do you stick the O in it or the A? In fact, there's the same number of both in the pool. So it's a bit of a toss-up, really. I suppose it just depends on whether he wants the A or the O left in order to set himself up for another play elsewhere on the board next turn. Apologies, folks. I got ahead of myself there. It's Natalie on turn, isn't it? After Squire, of course. Yeah. Right. Yeah, sorry about that. I was a move ahead. So Stern is a reasonable play for Natalie Zolty there for 18, leaving NNR. Pretty much as good as she could have hoped for. She did have the option of Renin through the Iron Squired, keeping RT, opening some new lanes on the board. I might have preferred to have seen that, but there really was a dearth of options for her there. Quite a few of them were just exchanging. So yeah, as I said, Bow is the play for Greg Kelly. Not a whole lot to think about there. He throws that down quickly to save himself some time before Natalie's even had time to replenish her rack while she does her paperwork. So we will wait to see what she draws into. But as it stands, she is 62 points down against Greg Kelly, who's had an absolutely storming start to this tournament. You see there under Greg's video, he is seed 31 in this tournament out of 38 players, but really putting on a good show for himself, especially after what I believe was a disappointing warm-up event for him. He finds himself in 6th place and on the stream. So we return to Natalie's rack. Still wading through a load of junk. No vowels to be seen for the West Midlands maths teacher. But she can score 16 and forego exchanging with Flint. Her best move, and that's what she's done. Back to Greg Kelly. A mental health nurse, if I'm not mistaken. A very lovely gentleman as well. With excellent fashion sense, as you can see with the flat cap. We'd love to see it on stream. There should be more hats on stream, in my opinion. I have broached this with the ABSP, but to no avail. So what has he got available to him here? Looks like Greg's top play, hard one to find, would be Curbs through Bow, making Sheeling. I was not myself aware of Sheel as a verb. Possibly Greg also was not. He's played Croft for not many points, just 11 points, keeping a nice lead for ARS. But even if he's not finding Curbs, he did have other, well, not much more score available, but for example, he could have maybe blocked up the board a bit more just by playing Curb in the same spot. Holding on to that T, but regardless, Croft is the play for Gregory Kelly. Natalie Zolty well within reach. She just needs to clear out this godforsaken mess of a rack. Does she need to exchange? Just one good draw and she's right back in this game. Probably can't infer much from Greg's last two plays. The first one was a pretty standard dump and score. Second one seemed to just be getting rid of a load of well, a load of croft, you could say. So she's probably not really sure one way or the other whether he himself is close to a bingo, but Natalie really has to sort this rack out ASAP. It looks like she's really only got one viable move that's not an exchange, and she has lined it up. That is neg for 28 down the side of bed. That's definitely worth doing. And the thing is, even if she doesn't, well, she's not going to draw into anything miraculously balanced with a keep of JMRV, but she is at least holding on to firepower, so if she can just draw a couple of vowels to go with those and hope that Greg perhaps is struggling with his own rack for a turn, she can at least score some points and equalise the game. Neg the play for Natalie Zolty. 28 points, gets herself 29 points within reach. Back to Greg. Greg is looking at Raya's. I'm not sure on the face of it where he's looking at that. I imagine pluralizing Zen, tripling the Y, and sticking the R in the penultimate right-hand column to block that up, although a bit dangerous if Natalie's got an E. Still 5 out there. Pleased to see that Greg is not playing Rise. He's actually found his highest performing move of Lyric for 30. Doesn't really give a whole lot back. Not massively useful floaters. They have to start the word. The R is the most useful, and that would be an air ball, just face value. The L and the Y there, pretty blocky. You're almost certainly not underlapping that with a bingo. Have to end in 3 vowels. So yeah, nice play there from Greg Kelly. Back with Natalie. Thankfully, she has drawn into some vowels to help her out with this very, very clunky, difficult rack. She's 60 behind. She's by no means out of this yet, and you can certainly see a player of Natalie's caliber launching a comeback here. There's still a blank unseen as well. So what is Natalie thinking about here? It's hard to tell from the way she's lining up her tiles. She's looking at Juve or Juvie, but there is no floating E for her to dispense with those tiles in that way. One surprising option for Natalie actually retains both the J and the V. That is Mun down on the bottom right, making idem. Idem, of course, being Latin, not taking an S, so not really giving Greg Kelly much back in return. I have to say, though, it does feel counterintuitive to hang on to the J and the V. That being said, there are seemingly no actual good ways for her to get rid of those at the same time. A lovely find by Alex Seaholm in the chat, making injure for 23 with the nice obscure hook, making the 4 of Bauer, B-O-W-R. Yes, that would be a nice play. Couple of downsides, of course. It does keep Natalie with MV. It sets up a pretty sizable hotspot with the I, bearing in mind the K is still out, and of course the X. And given that she's 60 behind, I think if at all possible, she wouldn't want to be gifting Greg that. But it is a very nice spot, and it's certainly by no means a weak play. It does turn over tiles. That's one benefit of it, given the fact that there is a blank out. Craig Beavers in the chat suggesting Jur in the same spot, again making Bauer also an option. Certainly doesn't give back anything scary. On the downside, keeps IMNV. But the thing is, of course, with this rack, Natalie's not really going to have an inspiring leave, no matter what she does. Another option is getting rid of the JU with U in the bottom right. Again, I'm not a huge fan of that, though, just sticking the U out in space for Greg to easily score 20, 30 points. In the end, she has found that R hook on Bow, nicely done, and she has played Jeu for 21. And Greg playing fast, he had that move ready to go. He's played Etui for 8. He had just the solitary consonant on that rack, which was the S. Interestingly, he might have chosen to burn that for 30 points, holding 4 vowels but giving nothing back. He had SAI or SEI in the bottom right, pluralizing Zen. Although, in fairness to Greg, not far behind those moves was his eventual play of Etui for just 8 points. So, yeah, an interesting decision there for Mr. Kelly. Back with Natalie, who has also played very quickly. She's got Varmin plus M, and she has thrown down Varmint to blast this board open, go digging around for that elusive final blank. Really nice play from Natalie Zolty there. Varmint for 24 points is the play. Other options were Van on the top of Bauer, keeping double M, which does have some synergy, but I really like her play of just blowing the rack open, blowing the board open, and essentially starting again, trying to get within touching distance of her opponent. Meanwhile, back with Greg Kelly, he's again played pretty fast. He's played Aya for 14 points. He had it available also for 17 points down in the bottom right. You're never doing that, of course, with the S out, unseen, and the blank. He could have put Aya next to the J, but I quite like Greg's choice here. It helps obstruct a little bit the floaters in Varmint and just keeps him ticking over rather than exchanging. Back with Natalie. Her rack is going in the right direction, and in fact, she is sitting on a bingo. Just one bingo available for Natalie Zolty. Alex Seaholm in the chat has found it. If you're not looking in the chat, I won't say just yet. See if you can find it. And if not, Natalie Zolty has gone ahead and found it on our behalf. That is Osteoma for 67 points. Her only available bingo. And that now puts her 30 ahead after Greg Kelly's had a couple of low-scoring moves as he's fought through a surfeit of vowels. So he's going to be pleased to see the K on his rack is Greg Kelly. He's got some scoring potential here. Some interesting moves available. It looks like his top performing move might be Skive for 52, underlapping Osteoma. I would prefer keeping the S for 6 points, dropping the K on that triple letter and playing Kep. Another option, as Alex Seaholm in the chat points out, is Kepi in the same spot. Yeah, very close. Very little between those plays. Or, of course, it's anagram Kype. Personally, I think I'm holding on to the second vowel for the rack balance, but I may be missing some other reasons that people in the chat were wanting to shed that vowel. So do let us know your thought process. Greg with a similar idea, just playing KI for 34 points to essentially tie the game. And Natalie with a post bingo draw that again is awkward. It's almost like she can't catch a break, save for that moment's respite with Osteoma. She's got score on offer, but none of her leaves are going to be especially inspiring. Meanwhile, we see Greg has drawn another S. Final S, actually. Natalie looks like she's lining up Woe under Osteoma for 30. A reasonable move. She's got some others I think she'd prefer if she saw them, which I'm sure she would. She's not been looking for very long yet. Alex Seaholm points out possibly the best move for Natalie here is Wad with double D for 40 points, underlapping Osteoma, keeping Coo, COO. Or she might want to hold that second D back for 2 fewer points and just play Wad with 1D. All of Natalie's top moves involve dumping the W on that triple letter. The only question is, what permutation of all of those letters does she put down? And interestingly, in the end, she hangs on to the duplicate D. I wonder whether she didn't generate WAD with an A. Possibly a miss, because I think she would have preferred that if she had seen it. But regardless, she's still in a fine position. She gives herself a 30-point lead over Greg Kelly. And Greg sitting on triplicate E, duplicate S. Again, he's got some quite attractive options available to him here. He had Veeps lined up earlier for 35 points, and that would appear to be the play. Is he going to dump the S on it as well for 4 extra points? He is. That's the correct decision. This is turning into a very exciting game as we enter the pre-end game. 1 blank still unseen. Only 4 tiles left in the bag. Natalie Zolty with a really quite shoddy rack at this point. Greg Kelly surely drawing that elusive second S to go with his SE leave, in which case I do think it's going to be curtains for Natalie Zolty. because there's not a hell of a lot going on with this rack. Yes, just going back to Natalie's play, Craig Beaver's in the chat saying it was an interesting choice to not play Wad with or without the second D. Craig saying that scoring is much more important in this instance than focusing on the leave, which I think is a perfectly valid take. He's also added that turnovers was important as well. So that's why I said I think Natalie possibly just didn't generate the A. Yeah, at the end of the day, regardless of whether it's a 3 or 4 letter word, regardless of whether it's an everyday word, in the heat of the moment on stream, when you've got 5-6 minutes left on your clock, we all miss stuff. So I think that's simply one of those occasions. For the neutral viewer, it's very pleasing to see that Greg did not draw the blank, because that's probably going to give us a bit more drama at the end of this game. In fact, he's actually drawn very poorly, and he's got only the flimsiest of leads, sitting on a pretty ropey rack of 5 vowels. The S is not doing a hell of a lot for this rack, or indeed on this board. The only S lane available is pluralizing Zen, but then his first letter is going to hook onto the I of a twee as well. But I'm getting ahead of myself. Let's stick with Natalie Zolty for now, who's got under 5 minutes left on her clock. She's playing CAD for 23. She has not committed this move yet. She's counted it up, and now she's simply looking at it. She's looking at her sheet to look at the pool. And she's committed the move for 23. Her only other option that could possibly have been better was duad in the same spot, turning over one more tile, hunting for that blank, leaving one in the bag, and keeping possibly a better leave of COT. Again, possibly she just didn't generate that play. But CAD is the move to give her a 15-point lead. Greg Kelly with an uninspiring rack. Natalie Zolty has left one in the bag, and would you believe it, it's the blank. What a crazy pre-end game we have on our hands here, folks. This is very, very interesting. So, to reiterate, one tile left in the bag, it's the blank. Both players with really rubbish racks, let's be clear on that, but for different reasons. Greg with a load of vowels he doesn't want to be seeing at this stage, no scoring potential. Natalie, I think you've got to say, is probably the favourite here. She's 15 points ahead already. And while it's clunky, she's got a lot of scoring potential on her rack. She's got the clunkers with the F and the X. She's got the vowels to sort them out. However, unbeknownst to her, Greg is going to be drawing the blank. So Greg really here wants to calculate an out in 2. He wants to, I guess, play off as many tiles as he can, ensuring that he probably has an out with whatever he picks out of the bag. It's kicking off in the chat. Let's have a look at what you guys have been saying. I've been so hyper-focused on the game for the last 2 minutes. So, Alex Seaholm makes the point that duad empties the bag. That is very true. I did not consider that. Yeah. Yes, good point. Alex Seaholm again says, fish off the O. Fish off the O and win. That's a very, very good point. Orages available in 2 spots if Greg can pull the blank, which he will be doing. I mean, you can't say that Greg doesn't have the time to do it. He's got 11 minutes on Natalie's 4. Not really any reason not to use all of this time. Baron Navapol, hello. I don't know who that is, but thank you for joining us in the chat this evening. Says, echoing Alec, sorry, just dump the O. Baron Navapol also saying it was 75% that Natalie would draw the blank. Yes, indeed. Yeah. What a crazy ending. And do you know what as well? Last game of the day and on stream. This is an unenviable situation for both players. You have to bear in mind they're going to be fatigued. It is nearly 9:30 in the evening here in England. This is not the situation you want to be facing when you've been playing Scrabble all day and you're ready for bed. But these are the cards that we are dealt in the game that we all love. And I fully expect we are going to be sitting here for quite some time as Greg Kelly goes through the many, many options available to him and permutates out. Should he fish? Should he just go for the 2 turn out? He knows Natalie has at least one of the F and the X, almost certainly both. He's going to be thinking, where can she score with those? Does he need to block that? And what are the implications of doing so for his own rack and winning prospects? So interestingly, if he finds his optimal play, Greg is looking at about a 31% winning chance at the moment. That optimal play is to empty the bag and play Goo, Goo, under Woe, making OWO for 14. Most of his top moves would appear to be in that area of the board. But a few of you in the chat have been saying, dump off the O. Let us know where you think Greg should dump that. He needs to create a lane. I assume that's what you mean. I guess, to be fair, Allridge's already plays, making Zens. But that's the only spot for it, I think. Alex Seaham says Allridge's plays in 2 spots. I might be missing the other one there. Oh, I see. Yes, thank you guys in the chat. Yes, SPA, SPA. I missed that hook. Yes, so Allridge's in 2 places. The thing is, this might be just me, but it might feel somewhat counterintuitive to just dump the O here, because if you're going for Allridge's, I mean, would that be the wise thing to do when you've only got a 1 in 8 chance of hitting the blank? I don't know. And again, like I said, when you know that Natalie's got so much scoring potential on her rack, yeah. In the meantime, the players have paused the clock here. Some discrepancy with the score. This is definitely the right time to be doing this, given that it's such a close pre-end game. And play has restarted. Players both happy that they've got the correct scores. Good evening to Chris Hawkins in the chat, another legend of the British Scrabble scene. Nice to have you here this evening, sir. Thank you for joining. Chris says, play OWO. I guess making OWO to block fixed. That is certainly that is valid. And that is indeed what Natalie's got lined up. That's going to win outright. Unless Greg fishes the O, but in which case Natalie will know that he's got all ridges. Although, of course, he will then have it in 2 spots. So he will win. Greg is playing. What's he doing? What's he doing? He's playing OO for... He's committed the move. This was not one of my options. What's it doing? OO for 12. Puts him 3 behind, but it does leave Natalie with fixed. Greg draws the blank, but is it too little too late? Let's see, what does fixed do for Natalie Zolty? Yes, fixed is going to win. That's a definite win there for Natalie Zolty. She also had another guaranteed win, making fixed, tripling the F in both directions to the right of Etui, but this is her optimal move. Greg Kelly finds himself 43 points down. The bag is empty. And unfortunately, it's the end of the line for Mr. Kelly in this round 6 of the Easter match play. He's played his heart out. He's made some really nice moves across this game. We won't interview him because I'm sure he'll be wanting to get off and just reset, but I might ask him privately about the rationale behind his penultimate move there of 0-0. I'm interested in what he was trying to achieve there. Maybe some of you guys in the chat have some idea of what he was trying to do. Chris Hawkins saying, was he hoping to pick the X? Possibly. I'm not sure where would that have scored anyway. But yes, I don't know. Possibly. Ash Coldrick in the chat. Thank you very much for your kind words, sir. Appreciate it. Thank you for joining us this evening. Paul Coyle says, looking forward to more tomorrow. Absolutely. Do stay with us, guys. We've got 2 more days and full days this time. It's just 6 games today, but this is a 25 round tournament. So we're only just getting started, guys. 23 rounds, sorry, 23 rounds, not 25. So Greg's optimal outplay here. He has 1 move available for 28, which is C bag with a blank B. I will confess I was not familiar with that one. A bag used by sailors. Well, it makes sense when you think about it. If he's not finding that, he's got Savage in the same spot. That's making Ski, by the way, in the bottom left. It looked like he laid down Adages with a blank D and then picked it up again, which is curious. That wasn't out, so I'm not sure why he's now taken that off the board. Good evening to Daj City in the chat again. I'm not sure who that is. Do let us know. Thank you for joining us. Daj City says, I think it's hard for normal humans to compute such complicated situations. Absolutely valid comment. Couldn't agree more. That's why I'm sitting here and these guys are on the stream in the spotlight. Greg having a bit of a laugh to finish off. Both players having a bit of a chuckle at this final move. Not sure what Greg, not sure what Greg's doing here. So he has played UG for 3 points for Mr. Greg Kelly. Well, it's a valid play. It's a valid play. You can say that for sure. Yeah, not entirely sure what that's about, but we love to see it. We love to see a maverick on stream. Absolutely. And in the meantime, we will just play out this final move for Natalie Zolty. It's academic, but she needs to find her top scoring move of Oud, O-U-D, for 10, making mod. That is her best outplay. Alex C. Holmes saying possibly Greg has mistracked. If he's playing out, I'm not sure how that's relevant, but I might be misunderstanding you, sir. Natalie has found her optimal outplay for 10 points. She collects 4 points from Greg Kelly, which gives a final score of Greg Kelly 342 to Natalie Zolty just pipping into the 400s with 400 on the dot. She'll be pleased with that for her database profile. So congratulations to Natalie Zolty on a win in round 6. And I'm just going to message our producer, Ruth, to see whether Natalie would be interested in having a quick chat and debrief about that game. Ruth Causey in the chat. Good evening, Ruth. Saying, so good to watch. We'll be back for more tomorrow. Absolutely. Thank you so much, Ruth. Thank you for joining. So the players just completing their paperwork, and Natalie is going to come through for an interview. So we shall wait to see what she has to say about that game. But in the meantime, folks, let me just remind you that kickoff tomorrow is at 9:15 GMT +1 for round 7. And we have got 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, a full 10 games of highly elite competitive British Scrabble for you. Can you believe it? 10. It's a lot, isn't it? It's a lot of games. Good, right. Natalie has arrived. Hello, Natalie.
Hello.
Congratulations.
Well, do I get a prize for the worst played game on stream? It was awful. Sorry.
I don't think so. Talk me through it.
Well,
It didn't
forgot
feel
whether
awful.
Cigar or whatever was a word. I haven't been on stream. I was thinking. So obviously I should have. Yeah. Well, I guess it didn't matter. Talk you through it. I just got complete brain freeze on the JUR. Do I need to put this on? Complete brain freeze on the JUR move. Just I even considered changing. I've got sort of JMIN.
Yeah, it wasn't.
It was not.
Your options weren't particularly fun.
Were they not good at that?
No. I mean, you got the nice R hook, which was good.
GJU, but I just thought I'm going to give away lots of points. And
yeah, GJU was surprisingly simming well. I didn't like it myself. Also, Mon was simming well. Yeah, keeping JV, but I mean, the leave wasn't going to be very nice no matter what you did.
And the environment was, it was a lot of tiles, but I was under the cosh time wise.
The environment was
I
nice.
just thought, let's just turn get some tiles off. Yeah, even though it didn't
I also really
score
liked environment.
massively.
Yeah, well, the blank was out, wasn't it? It created a load of floaters, it scored, it did everything
Yeah,
we wanted it
yeah.
to do.
It just felt messy. Neg felt awful because it was such a horrible lead. But I was also aware that was quite a potential scoring spot.
Well,
and he could have got something there.
Well,
So,
I'm pleased to tell you that Natalie, neg was the highest simming move. It was neg or exchange.
I thought about exchange.
So it was, no, it was really nice.
You know, he's going to take that spot. So, yeah.
Nice.
It felt messy. The whole game felt messy,
Yeah.
to be honest. Was it not that horrendous?
No, not at all. No. You had a lot of drossy racks in the middle, duplicates, a couple of triplicates knocking around. You played a very good pre-end game as well, didn't you? It was very, like from our point of view, from a neutral perspective, it was very tense. Yeah.
It was. I was a little bit worried about the X going with that ski spot, that potential ski spot being open. So with the KI there.
Yeah. Oh, I see. Yes. Yeah.
The X, but I mean, from what I could see, there's just so many vowels left. And
yes. Yeah. Interestingly, from Greg's POV, I mean, he wasn't aware, but you actually left the blank in the bag, which was pretty crazy.
Oh my god!
And if if Greg fished an O, he had orages in 2 places.
I was so really surprised when he played 2 tiles there.
Yeah, to be honest, I think that was.
I think it was stream pressure, to be honest.
I think so, yeah. But Greg also did play pretty well. You both had pretty rough tiles. I mean, if you look at the final score, it's a relatively low-scoring game. But anyway, congratulations. How are you finding the tournament so far? You're up there, aren't you?
Yeah, I had a wobble on the first game. And then since then,
Good. Nice.
Okay, not as bad as I thought. I was sitting there thinking, everyone's watching at home and this is a
No,
disaster.
not at all. The chat has been very complimentary. It's always good to have you on stream. So hopefully have you again. Yeah, in the meantime, I'll let you get off. I'm sure you're ready for bed. Yeah. Yeah, the bar, yeah. So thank you for your time, Natalie. And we will see you tomorrow. So that is Natalie Zolty. And that's about us done for today, folks. We're going to wrap up the stream there. Do make sure to join us about 9 a.m. tomorrow, GMT +1. In the meantime, I'm just going to say thank you to all of the viewers from around the world for joining us today. It's been great having you. Thanks to all those who've been engaging in the chat. If you haven't already, please do consider subscribing to the ABSP Scrabble channel, hitting the notification bell, giving the video a like, giving the stream a like. If you would be so generous, it really helps us in the algorithm. And like I said, we're putting a lot of work in behind the scenes. There's so many great people this side of the camera, or the other side of the camera, I should say, who I'm going to be introducing you to and talking more about over the course of the weekend. So, you know, all your support and engagement really helps a lot. You'll find our streams on Facebook, on, I guess, the Wesper channel, the ABSP channel, Scrabble Snippets. So please do share there as well if you see our content. But in the meantime, thank you for joining us. We will be back tomorrow for 10 games of Elite Scrabble. It's really going to be hotting up. Thank you very much, and we will see you then.